As we are once again live upon the internet. Yeah, let's make sure that we actually are. With everything looking correct. And bit rates going everywhere and not forgetting to change my category as I almost did. Because you were in Div 1 for a tiny bit yesterday, so. But yeah, everything looks good. Yeah, we're just reusing the same title as yesterday, just for laziness sake. Yeah. If you jump onto this character, I kind of have an idea in my head, and I'm going to go see if we can get it out of my head and into the reality. Otherwise, yeah, it involves.
Safe area detected.
So basically, the one part we didn't touch per se on the build collection was the PvP builds. Those aren't updated yet. Updating those, but also they're going into the stash. But then also I need my stash to not be as full as it is. And to have some space. Maybe we try making some space. And also I want to see. So this one might get relocated to character 2 again as well. Just to have the purple build on this character. That is a possibility, right? Is that literally, yeah, the only SMG here? But that's fine. I'm fine with that. It's also where this is safe, but I'm also fine with that. Sounds attainable. One big thing, what is this character's inventory? Oh yeah, they're carrying also some swap in pieces and stuff, of course. And also yeah, they're carrying all the pistols. No, also some random junk. Well, at least one piece. It's not too much. Two pieces. That's a swap in piece. That's a swap in piece. That's a swap in piece. Swap in. Okay, so 133 at least sounds a little bit more reasonable. Oh, they're also carrying an extra. Yeah, they don't need that. Seems fine though. Yeah, let's. So the idea is we relocate this one. Although I'm kind of reconsidering. Maybe we take character 2 for that. That would be easier as well. And this one can keep this. Also, character 2 makes sense. Then I have the FI and this. That was the original reason it was on character 2 anyway. And also these two can go with it. Yeah. Let's actually look at it from the build collection side. Because the idea is these PP builds will give them an upgrade. At least, for instance, the Umbra. This one's actually, wait, let's have a look at these two. It's actually those two. Seeing as I'm running LMG here, that works out fine. And then this is regen, so that works out fine. So these two can stay as is. But yeah, this Umbra one definitely can use a refresh. Then also the question becomes actually what is better? Speaker Rose still gets us a tier. So this is effectively a tier, a 10 weapon damage here. And a Fenris would be an extra chance here, 10 weapon damage there. But if we take the tier here, of course, we'll lose some armor. Because that tier is also 7.5 weapon damage, basically. Actually, I forgot to turn this on. I can have chat up there. Let's have that actually. I need it, Denison. I need good afternoon. As yeah, getting to jump on. Well, not too early, but somewhat early. And yeah, getting to play quite a lot today. I'm gonna make use of that as well. Just definitely want to kind of fix up the last bits of the build collection, which is honestly just the conflict folder and the conflict builds here. And feel I'm just gonna make them stash builds. They can go live there. And I want these slots back. And then yeah, so we'll put this one back onto character 2. I'll back to character 2. Then the purple build can come up here. Or well, the purple weapons build can come up here. Because as I was thinking for now, we just bring in the 2 purple builds. That's our drum one. Don't really need that one. Although for now, it could just fill a slot. Because for now, actually, honestly, the only build I kind of want to mess around with on top of everything else is just to bring in a Coco tech tank. That could go here. Because partially as well, even with like new ideas in my brains, there's actually more to be said for maybe bringing something old back into the fray. Bringing something old back into the game, into there. Actually, looking at the X builds here a little bit. I don't know. Those certain hybrids, sniper ones, they went for a good reason. I know that's the high ends there. Because I was considering making combat medics out of other things as well. That was one of the options that I was kind of thinking about. Maybe making an Umbra. I was thinking actually Umbra tech combat medic. And the idea there being like, I go into cover, I do healing. I come out of cover, I do damage. I go back into cover, do healing. gives something to do while I'm in cover effectively. But also I feel that's like quite the mindfuck. That would be quite that would be quite heavy. Let's see, what are some of the other options? Actually, some of these we should just remove. Well, the one I wanted to maybe mess around with is just have a tipping, not the tip of the spear, tipping. Still tipping skills on my mind. Because honestly, like it's not substantially worse than, for instance, Aces, which is also in the collection. Although the other one I was thinking as well is just to make another joke build, which is just we already have an improvised headhunter, but making an improvised obliterate. Because though that's just burning resources. That's not per se like, at least with the purples I feel, and like with a brand based build, I feel it still kind of makes sense as well from a farming perspective. Because improvise is just sitting there and crafting until we get it. Oh, that might be an idea too, actually. It's a little bit overkill. It's thinking of, because this PFE, while I like it, the striker PFE, while I like it for countdown and stuff, it kind of sucks against rogues and like actual PFE fights. We could actually make the regen PFE here, because I want to make a PFE that's like 2-piece Golan and 1-piece Bellstone. And then, of course, with Hunter Killer. But the idea now is to replace this one with that one. This Ridgeway one is a little too situational. But then, yeah, we could put that there. That would also just fit in that slot because it would be a tanky build. So it could go at the end. And then instead of that going to character 2, that goes to character 4. Yeah. Yeah, that goes to character 4. Mine's going actually as well. Well, that does make sense to you. Yeah. Could be good for also saving up some on some items. Oh, that's a skill tier there. I wouldn't need that. That's an idea too. That's a somewhat bigger shuffle. Also, actually, not the shuffle that you should be carrying right now. Because we're doing Umbra Tech Tank, that would come here actually. But yeah, this, I feel if we're doing it like this, because we already have the Cocos kind of together, and I kind of like that. These two Cocos being there. Because Umbra wouldn't make sense for drone hybrid, really, so. For combat medic would, but yeah, we could shift this one to here. Or not here, to here. Then these two strikers are next to each other. Striker combat medic and striker thingy. Then this can become Umbra. Combat medic. This aces and eights can shuffle to somewhere else. Can I line up the combat medics to be on the same slots? Not particularly. The amount of skill builds each character has is quite different. Oh yeah, I would peek over here again in my own world. I need a deb. As a hey, welcome in. As I'm here sitting trying to figure out how we want to shuffle the build collection. Mostly, yeah, what's kind of on the way out is these PvP builds, and I'll open up a few slots. Because that would also actually cover up all the slots. Because then, yeah, character 1, this goes to character 3. That's just a straight swap. Yeah, that's just a straight swap. And this opens up, this becomes the purple build. On character 2, this combat medic goes over here. Putting also the combat, the drone and the striker, because then also, yeah, we can share pieces between the two builds. It'll save up on some parts. Lowering the inventory on this character, which would be nice on character 3. Where does this one go then? Because I do want to keep that. So this goes to character 2, but yeah, I don't want it here at the end. That doesn't make too much sense. So where do we stick it? Also, with this character 2, use sharpshooter 4 at least. I think just as headhunters and stuff, so that'll be fine. Yeah, just the headhunters and stuff. This also actually could kind of just be basically 210 and then everything shifts up one. So this ends in the this. Although actually, yeah, so that would be different. Because it would end on this, on the PFE. Yeah, we would end on this PFE. I would want to keep the ND over there, but this OD can come 15. This can shuffle up one, this can shuffle up one, this can shuffle up one, and then the... Although, you know, that can stay there. So this becomes 211. The aces. And then 209 opens up for Umbra Combat Medic. And then on 4... Yeah, so this just shuffles up one and we'll open up 4.15 for Coco Tech Tank. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. I need to also actually empty out a bunch out of my stash. So we're going to do a little bit of that as well. Exciting gameplay. What's more exciting, spreadsheets or this? Yeah. Let's get to it. Because I would need some space to actually like shuffle the builds around. Like I don't even have enough space to put one build into here, so let's at least make that. But also there's a shit ton of just junk that needs to go from here. Because now as well, we've done basically our upgrades. So for that, would I need anything special? No, that's going to be capacitor for the Umbra Tech Tank or for the Umbra Combat Medic. The Coco Tech Tank can just use whatever's. What was the other one? Already forgot. Purple build is purple. Is that a build that comes? Oh, Coco, yeah, sorry. And either Meza. It's a secondary LMG Tinker loadout MG4. I mean, we have only MG5, so at the very least it's dead. Let me actually go look. Actually, that'll be a Mark 46, most likely. Mark 46 or M249. Depends on... that is an M249 Para, technically, but that's a Mark 46 / M249 family. Likely this one, I put this one because I had a health damage one. The Mark 46 would be technically the preferred one. I should maybe just do that actually. Just Photoshop one in there because I likely didn't have a DTH Mark 46 is the reason it's that. But I wanted specifically the M249 Para, but any of the M249s. Yeah, no worries. I always feel free to ask if you're like, I don't know what this is. Sometimes I don't either, but I can usually figure it out. At least I have a chance of, looking in the game at least and going like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Indeed. Rocking the Kabara. I actually really like this outfit. Yeah, we even used that fully, like the whole tipping scales build showcase was with this on. With build showcases, I quite often change a few times, but on this one I just kept it just we went all through it with just that. Oh yeah, there's a rate of fire one. Yeah, fine. Yeah. Bell rungers. Wait, didn't I get a even better rate of fire one? Maybe not. Or maybe that's the better one. Yeah. Let's be not too. Let's just be let's get rid of shit. Because I definitely want to keep one of every weapon. That's a given. Get rid of the Black Friday there as well. And then for some of them as well, for instance, with some of the LMGs, yeah, I want to keep like a crit chance and a rate of fire, at least for like a bell ringer. On RPK though, if I need it, I'll farm it again. This is 2 Carnages. This likely came off of some builds. This is a crit chance, classic M60, a rate of fire 1. Oh, is this? Oh, actually, yeah. Let's do that. Just gonna keep that one and this one. This one is gonna go on this character right away. Because at this, oh, it's grade 20 though. It's a replica though. It's fine. I've wasted 20 exotic components on worse things. 20 is at least like, that one doesn't hurt much. Oh no, actually chances, double chance. What do I want on this? No. I always do love barrage. Let's put barrage. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's just it's fine. They instantly put it over. Oh, I was still running it. That's right. So we want to save it as the 5-piece. Save itself. And this is painful, but we thank you for your service. But off into the nether you go. And yeah, just for that replica ness of it, because gotta look cool with just a looted weapon. It's fine. Oh yeah, let me catch you again. Neighbor. Hey, Merry Christmas. I hope you had some good days. Also, I hope you're enjoying the system. Saw some of the pictures, of course. Yeah, let's do that. Oh. Ah. A wild trickster appears. Oh yeah, we are gonna just crunch that. It'll be fine. I'll live. It also gets an item out of my stash. So. But yeah, we're doing a little bit of cleanup here, and also yeah, a little bit of cleanup actually on the build collection side of things. So I'm gonna shuffle a few things around, which which will get done. Also, just for my yeah, let's change this to be just classic M60. Saw that on the build picture, like while I was editing the video. I was like, that annoys me. It shouldn't, but it does. So let's just make that. Partially as well, mostly like a lot of people don't understand that like the replicas are the same. So they go like, oh, is a replica better? You have a replica there. Is a replica better? No, it's just like, no, I just, you can craft them. So I crafted one. When I needed one, I just crafted one. But yeah, let's make that that way. Yeah, let's keep, actually, well, let's equip that. Build is still set up correctly, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's crunch more. Because Jesus Christ, I have been just dumping into here, haven't I? So we'll keep one extra crit chance one. I don't want to keep that rate of fire one. Do I want to keep this crit chance one extra? Not really. I don't. I just never run the GR9. Crit chance, rate of fire, crit chance. Let's get rid of this one. I don't need two of these. And also Bell Ringer exists now. Actually, I should get rid of this rate of fire one. If I need a rate of fire one, worst case, we can always Bell Ringer it up. Well, that's a card roll. Fine, you get to stay. Two Negavs. Negav is at least usable. Let's keep that. Hmm. 749B can go. Actually, this Negav can go. Yeah. Go away. MG5 can stay an extra one, especially if it's that cheap. Yeah. This can go. Then a mark for. Oh, I actually have a mark for the. Okay. We'll keep one extra mark 46 with crit chance. I have this DTH one. Really, the only place that's going to get used is tipping scales. Should I just replace that? Yeah. I'm not going to redo the build picture though. I'll just leave it as is. Wait, the only military mark or the only military RPG I have is this. That's surprising. I'm gonna get rid of a new reliable. Sleipnir can stay, at least because it's optimized. That Stoner can stay. And that other M249 Para can stay. Which is one. Okay. Yeah, it's a god roll. That's why this one was this. But yeah, let's make this as Mark 46. Then this can go out of the stash as well. And even though that one looks pretty, don't pay them bills. It's missing something still. So crit damage, right? So crit chance, crit damage. Yeah, to be a matching pair. This back to this. It's effectively the same gun, but preferred is the Mark 46 is preferred. And if it's just one optimization, was a talent on the other one? Ranger, I think. I know, let me catch you. Over enjoying nice. I know I'm doing good. Busy weeks. So we've been updating everything slowly. Yeah. And well, I'm happy to hear, Mado, and thanks for the kind words. And yeah, definitely appreciate it. And yeah, I enjoy doing it as well. So more to come, even. And yeah, thank you so much for the kind words. Indeed. And running some cocoa builds. It's time for some. It's nice. I feel that's gonna be the obvious just starting joke of the cocoa video. It's like it's getting nice and wintry, and you know it's nice and cold. Time for some hot cocoa. I know. That was a bunch of LMGs out of there. Okay. So yeah, at least we have enough space for one build. Yeah, so let's make hard decisions here as well. That Streamline one isn't gonna work out. I'd rather have Strain. And we'll keep these two. That one can go. Because actually with purple weapons, what you want is the talent there. You can't have per se pre-talentable weapons, because even if the stats are maxed, like this, it's 10 detox instead of 12, for instance. So you always want to put a stat on it, and then the talent needs to be there. So there's at least with full killer. Oh, this would still give up on like at least 4 detox as well. Or this has a little bit better. You know what? Purple weapons are rare enough that I'm okay leaving it like that. Do I need 2 ACREs? Can be handy for calculation things, just to have an ungraded one, especially if I do have a graded one. But also stash space is nice. Actually, let me catch up fully. It's kind of behind. But yeah, thanks again for the kind words, Armado. Yeah, glad you're enjoying it. So am I, but definitely kind of, you know, content creation, whatever the fuck that is. That's quite become, yeah. I'm definitely enjoying it as kind of as the hobby of just, you know, streaming a lot and stuff. I mean, I'd be playing the game anyway. Like there's 10,000 hours I have already on this account. Like those didn't come out like just random. But yeah, it's kind of fun as well for me just to, you know, have some company, some concentrated company, some lurking company. Yeah. Oh, to change the attributes. Will it reset? No. If you re-roll it, if you reconfigure it, the expertise on it stays. The expertise grades on it stay, which is a good change that they made. It will, of course, yeah, any optimization and stuff, you'll need to re-optimize it, but yeah, that'll, but yeah, no, the grading when you reconfigure stays, which is very nice nowadays. That was one of the better changes they made. Caretaker is a little rarer. Let's keep one extra. Do I keep this carbine? I just tossed an ACR for same reasons, but Too many guard rolls. You know that issue when you have too many guard rolls? You know what? Yeah, let's keep it to that then. For the ARs, we'll keep like a second one if it's guard rolled, and I already have a graded one because that'll be the excuse. At least then I can pull this out without having to like because with the grading I need to like change the build or my specialization, how much I have in there. But 3 of these is a bit much, especially when one is kind of optimized. Yeah, we'll keep that guard roll, that guard roll. This one can go. You ugly. You too ugly to stay. Sure, that FAMAS can stay. You're another guard roll though. Yeah, that can stay. A 1 can stay. I don't need an invisible hand in here. Wait, was there any other just named here? No. All the Lexingtons, all the single Lexingtons, although yeah, all of these are weightless, right? So, well, my inventory went up, but the stash didn't. Huh. Odd. I'll keep this for now. Oh, is this a mechanical? I'm using one somewhere. Character 3? You know what? Just for a second. Yeah, character 3 on the Redify. Let's go check there. If that one's not guard roll, we replace. Otherwise, it gets junked. Live the values, nice. Yeah, now you can run non-potato settings. You can go to the meats. Meat settings. Doesn't sound completely
Safe
kosher.
area entered.
My turn. Harvest. Oh yeah. At some point in need, you have too many. Guttural? Guttural. Okay, so. And actually, no, so this isn't the guttural, that was a recal. The detox is recalibrated. Okay. You know what? Your guttural. No, you're also recalibrated. Also detox recalibrated. Okay, so fuck off then. To the junk pile with you. Yeah, I can stay. I can stay. Can Shield Splinter stay? I'm not sure it can. Yeah, fine. It's at least somewhat usable. This can go. We don't need 2 of those. Oh, test subject. Will I ever use a test subject? How I use a test subject in like the last year? No, go away. I know sometimes you just have to be harsh with it. Of just like, just gotta get it out of there. I don't know. That's all. Well, you got it at least just barely before the RAM crises, right? Because yeah, guessing if you were buying it now, it would be like $500 more expensive. Just got in ahead of it. Though so it was none. Yeah, it's so weird. It's just yeah. It's GPUs with crypto all over again, but then now RAM with a. Oh, oh yeah, oh, yeah. I hope that also yeah comes through a little bit because I mean yeah, at its core like that's the same as like the terms like influencer and stuff. It's you know I agree with Dragov, an influencer, whatever the fuck that means. Like I'm not here to influence or anything. I'm here to analyze shit and just that I was already like doing anyway by myself, but now I just turns out other people like that as well. So we're doing it together. But also, yeah, I'm not here to just create content because that's a whole different mindset. Like that's just, you know, that leads, you know, content creator leads to wanting to just create content. Just wanting to create content leads to AI use. AI use leads to the dark side. Yeah. It's the and that leads to suffering. Oh yeah. Sure, I didn't miss anything. Guys, if we don't have the same items for everyone, yes. No. Yeah. Although, wait. Not sure what Momo is, but yeah, glad we're on the same page. And I hope as well that I foster that in like, or at least draw in people that are also kind of in that mindset. I always also find it like annoying from people that are okay with some creators, you know, we'll just call them creators. So, you know, because they're also like not per se just that, but just, you know, just get that bag, just make money, however, or stuff like that, which is just like, that's a race to the bottom. That's how you get, yeah, people advertising sites that sell, you know, eagle bearers. And then when they get called out on it, they go like, "Oh, I'm just getting my money." Mm. In which case I allow it. Yep, it's an old cringe, but it checks out. Yeah. From the purples. So this could be free talentable. Likely would perform the best. I'm not gonna run Streamline. This would have Killer. This would have Fast Hands. I'm gonna give up on Fast Hands. Because between these two. This one can be free talentable. Cetar with Killer sounds more tasty than this thing, especially because here as well, if we even if we put max weapon damage on it, that's still missing like 8 DTH that this has. So just these two. And this one's for the skill build. So then we just keep that one LMG. Oh well, this is LMGs actually. And this AR for the purple build. Why do I have two backfires in here? Because one is God Roll. Is it weightless? No, it's not even weightless. Go away then. Oh, wait. Does anybody else have a back? Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, but then let's go back to character 1, actually. This character 1 actually has a backfire that this could replace. And it's some exciting inventory management. Okay, I want to make a bunch of stash space. We want to be able to put away, if possible, 3 builds. Because yeah, the PvP builds, I'm just going to stash them. We're going to bring back in a purple build, because there's 3 slots for those. We're going to bring back a purple build. We're going to bring back Aura, and then I'm going to make a... Umbra combat medic and a... Oh wait, if I'm... no, actually no. So no, we don't have any yellow cord. Umbra, anything. Didn't you have a backfire? Although I think I deleted it already. Of her. You know what? Keep that. That's fine. For now. Yeah. SMGs. We'll keep that by the rule of if we have a graded one, we'll keep a non-graded one. At least for now, alongside of it. If it's a usable weapon. But also if it's optimized like this, like at least with those ARs, it was, yeah. If it's optimized, well, if it's god rolled, it stays then. But if it's optimized like hell, like 1 optimization is still fine. That's still a fine looking item. Why do I have a purist in here? Why do I have a swap chain in here? We'll keep 1 slingshot. We won't keep a bunch of attack vectors. Oh, that's oh no, so this has hidden optimization there with the D-tac. Just pull the band-aid. Just pull. Don't just sit there and stare at it, just pull. Sometimes I have to convince myself. That's also how you should do it. Is just like just talk to yourself and just talk yourself through it and just go like, what are you doing? Just get rid of it. Am I really gonna use it? If I need another one, I'll go get another one. But also, if I need another one, there's already 1 other one here. I don't need 2 extra ones. Also, we've just recently like went through all the characters and stuff and did a refresh of the season anyway. I don't know. There's 2 videos I see. Yeah, for me, like if the thumbnail is AI, I'm kind of out, and I'm kind of disappointed in some people that they are using it. Because there are some people that I'm on good, or at least friendly terms with. But yeah, they do use AI, and it's just like, I wish they didn't, but also I'm not going to dictate how they should live their life. They're grown adults. They can do what they want. And indeed. Doing some stash cleaning, and also, yeah, we're gonna do like totally exciting build collection shuffling. that's gonna. But yeah, before we can even shuffle stuff around, my stash was way too full because I've just been dumping recently. Yeah, that needs some cleanup. We'll keep just 1 extra Vector 45. And I do keep one of every exotic, so those kind of things stay, of course. And yeah, there's gonna be also always one of every weapon at least in here. So I'm kind of being double checky of like, oh, if that I'm not actually, deconstructing a weapon type that we still might need. On this one, I'm just gonna yoink. Also, that's a graded likely I can stay. Enforcer, who needs an enforcer, right? Well, as well, do I need an extra ACS? Even though it's kind of... No, everybody has ACSs. And they're going to get replaced by stack brokers when that chance comes. So... Do I need 2 of these? This one's guard rolled. This one's graded though. It's just 215. I mean, the sheriff is just gonna come in and like completely displace all of these. For now, let's keep it. Although actually I should just grade this one to 15 and then just, or 10, and then just this can go. Yeah, let's keep that one for now. Extra mantis. Oh, is this 0 weight? No, it's not 0 weight, so it's not a weightless. Yeah. I don't need extra mantises. I don't think I've used the mantis since Shroud came in, because why would we, right? Like, why would we? Yeah, so I think I already did marksman rifles at some point. I tossed a bunch. 25 is 39 exotic components. Because I would just replace it with this one. But also, like, we don't need model 700 as much. That one can stay by it being guard roll and the other one being graded. And now I can go. We have a graded one, but like that's fine. SR1 collection. Back in the day. Yeah, I'll give that one and a graded and ungraded one. And a graded and ungraded. Although actually this one's like that because also a bunch of my characters have white deaths. So. And yeah, that's a Buttersweet. We got next stays. Wait, there are 7 rifles now? Huh. That went hard. That went fast. I'll say 11 actually. Catch up a little. Expedition. The after that, yeah. Yeah, in my case, I don't really have much to donate left. But yeah, if it's being used for like useful things, yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe too. No, likely in there you'll be able to just donating and stuff will work out as well, pretty well. Let's see. There you go. It's on this, yeah. I think it's nobody, like in my case as well, like I'll do it on stream and stuff, but I'm not gonna per se like make a video or something because that's also then, kind of like drama hunting at that point. Also, it's kind of like not per se a worthwhile hill to die on. So. But yeah, that's like I strongly feel like all of them ashholes that have done it, like at least some have been apologetic about it and such, but afterwards, after being called out. But yeah, it should be obvious that you're kind of selling your audience to wolves, right? Like you're just going like, hey, dumbest parts of my audience, come over here and get scammed by these people. Although, I mean, so much stuff is obviously, like a lot of sponsor stuff as well is just like, and like for like other stuff, like not even that, but you know, it's just like obvious, just kind of scam stuff, and it's just, what are we doing kind of feeling. Oh, I'm gonna keep one everlasting gaze if it's god rolled. Also on character, yeah, we'll go to character 2 and check if that artist tool on them is perfectly god rolled. Otherwise, down goes. I'm gonna keep an extra harmony in here. I think like the 2 characters that need one have one, and we can always make more. You ugly. You ugly. Get out of here. You 14.8. Look at that. Actually, it's not a god. Oh, no, it is a god roll because it's recalibrated there. If you're not god roll, get out of my stash. Oh. Well, let me deconstruct these other non-god rolls first. But yeah, over time, I've definitely, because yeah, one of the things as well, like you shouldn't per se care too much about that. It's in my case just because I, you know, do show it and such, and also I do care a little bit, but I do go out of my way to like kind of keeps the god rolls and then like cycle like this stuff in and out. On them as well, we should check if their M16 is god roll, but that's on character 2 as well. So this one doesn't need to stay. All the 6 CQBs. You get to stay, you get to stay. UIC. It's an extra one. And that one's for the purple. Oh yeah, let's get to character 2 real quick. Actually, before I do that, let's do pistols. And yeah, one of the things with me is like I have 213 weapons. There's no need ever to have this many weapons. Like on second again, I have like 30 weapons there or something. Here though, I keep one of each weapon and variant for all of those guides and stuff, and the EPS tables and such, because they're based on, you know, having they're based on these. So that's actually why my stash is kind of full. Is mostly just those weapons. Because honestly, if I just kept the weapons, that makes sense. Is this the best police 686? And I've been moving the pistol collection over to this account, so yeah, not all of the pistols are optimized and everything yet. Because this used to be on second account because I didn't have the stash space on main account. But they, of course, upped it. Does literally every of my characters have a harvest? As you know, one doesn't. So. I don't know, actually. Oh no, 3 also does nowadays, right? This character also does. Okay. I need an ungraded harvest. I can just get it somewhere else. And this is backup and double, right? Also, yeah, one of the rarer items, a purple prophet. Purple level 40 prophet, because for fun and profit. A prized possession. But wait, that's not useful. Yeah. Doesn't need to be. builds. Seeing the Visalia. I mean, that exists everywhere. I think it's also from, you have to kind of look at all of those decisions. It's kind of, if you place yourselves in their shoes, you can kind of understand it, especially if they, don't think about it. Just, you just don't think about it, you can just rob a bank. If you just don't think about it, yeah, that kind of stuff is a little easier. But from that perspective, it's like, somebody comes up and goes like, hey, would you like $500? All you have to do is like put this sponsor segment in here of this service. And then, even if that person kind of goes like, hey, are you guys legit and stuff? And like, you guys aren't scamming people, right? It's just like, they'll go like, no, of course we're not. You can totally trust us. And yeah. And it's, it's easy money. So, like I said, this isn't God rolled, so get it. So how was it set up? Chance. Does that make sense, actually? Why is it set up chance? Oh, it's set up for other builds, actually. It's just a backup here. But yeah, it's one of those things of just like not thinking about it and what you're actually, doing. Can I actually really like that? I know this gun is really in here just to keep it for other builds. Same for this, actually. Is this guard rolled? No. Was this one guard roll? It's a DTAC one. Yeah, fine. Just get it out of the stash. This is where you're going. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't either if I was them. Because, yeah, so the scamming and stuff. I mean, that's so much of. I'm happy nowadays. Kind of like my algorithm for YouTube is very much. It seems to understand the kind of content that I like and sends me certain ways. Sometimes at work and stuff, I have I'm logged into to my like the VODs channel on YouTube and stuff, because sometimes uploading stuff there. Speaking of which, actually, did I upload yesterday's VOD? And man, the amount of just in general, just how much stuff you get that is, hey, I've got the secret to making a bajillion bucks off of the stock market. All you need to do is pay me $500. And you can trust me because I'm rich, and it's totally not that I'm rich because, people just pay me for this instead of playing the stock market. Like the prize is in their case, the prize is actually the course. Like actually, if you want to get rich, you sell courses on how to get rich. That's actually the best way to get rich. Turns out, scamming people. That works. I mean, somebody scammed their way into literally being the president of the United States twice. So the age of the scammer is upon us. Any viable X0 builds in your library? Yeah, I do have an X0 build in there. It's viable by metrics of viability. It can actually, the thing is, it's not X0 isn't horrendous. It's just it's Eclipse, Fire Eclipse, but worse, effectively. But yeah, 2.06. Oh no, not 2. 3 point something. 3.06. Yeah, 3.06. Yeah. X0. The way I like having it is, yeah, you don't per se want to use the chest. The backpack is the good part. I like using the BTSU just with the hive to reset the turret back in. That's kind of my go-to. But honestly, with this, yeah, kind of like I have it here as well. You can either go Val or Acosta as well. I do want to still retry this with skill damage. But the thing is, and I've said it a bunch of times of like thingy, but with the diminishing returns now on status effects, it's not going to work out because eventually enemies will become immune. But one of the ideas I had was, hey, maybe we're utilizing this wrong because this thing sets everything on fire continuously anyway. So if we lean into the skill damage side of things, the hits of the turret will be a lot harder because you have the burn damage, but also you have this normal damage. The status effect feeds into the burn damage and the burn duration. Skill damage feeds into burn damage and just normal damage. So there's a thing to be said for trying that out if you want to experiment, maybe. Because also it wouldn't be too hard. Like it's just swapping stats on a yellow build that is already yellow. But I would need a different, although I have a different sacrifice even, but the thing is now with diminishing returns, yeah, eventually they would very quickly not be set on fire anymore, which would be quite annoying. That face. I still love this outfit with this mask. Just I forgot how silly it is. Just hi. I feel this guy's voice is just hi. I'm the Nemesis. Would you like to buy an eagle batter? I don't know why it suddenly also became kind of Austrian, but it did. Just, but yes, I like the saying of someone of just like it's a smile only a mother could love. Yeah, that fits here quite well. Forced smile. You should. This is what happens when you tell somebody a lot to just you should smile more. You'll look prettier, and then just they just smiled more and more and more and more and more. Till all they had was a smile. Oh yeah, this guy just actually with that voice as well, just like, did I ever tell you I got this smile? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, after we went batshit insane. Things, whatever happened to Mark, guys, I can do it. I mean, he is, as far as I know, he's Dutch. But yeah, it's not like all Dutch people know each other. But yeah, I'm not, because I wasn't around, when he had his heyday and stuff. So I didn't really realize till after, as some people went like, "Hey, your content is kind of like this guy's content," and just like, all right, I'll go have a look. Maybe I'll learn a few things. I know I can totally see it, although, yeah, there's definitely already like just even going through it back then was just like, some of these stuff I didn't even agree with back then, basically. Yeah, let's keep cleaning. All comes indeed. He's you shouldn't ask what doctors recommend as toothbrush stuff. You should ask the nemesis, like how 8 out of 10 nemesises recommend. I'm actually trying to think of a brand for Colgate. Colgate is one, right? I just buy whatever store brand stuff it is. Actually, I don't remember. Did they? Because there were some other names as well through the years. I don't remember if they still make content. Although I think they just are now general, like general content, right? I believe. Yeah, that group of masks can go. I have two of them. One of them can stay. I don't need too many. That Palisade mask can stay. Yeah, some of these stuff is from testing builds, so this is from a hazard protected explosive resistant build. Once in a while I'll pull that out, but it's kind of handy to have as a stash build. A Providence mask, a Sokolov mask. This Petrov mask, I don't really like. Where would we even? This was originally with Lengmo change, or with Overdogs going into Pesty build. This is never gonna get used. Go away. We'll keep a Hollow Man. One Cheska mask. This gets to stay. This gets used if I want to swap to Foam Eclipse on my Fire Eclipses. Yeah. Pretty sure I don't need an extra one of those. Birdie is a little bit harder to get, so I'll keep an extra one. Ninja, though, not so much. Was this meant for something? Oh, yeah, no, that can't. Yeah, I know where that came from. That can go. A Roldy backpack. Vigilance. I have two of these in use, right? Oh wait, this is crit chance. Wait, what is this? Weapon on the headshot. I have two of these in use. Right, I don't need a third one. Let's quickly go to character 3. Let's see what that backpack looks like. And then decide if we take this one or that one. Okay. We're doing some spring cleaning early, way before spring even hits.
Safe area entered.
Sprung cleaning.
I've got what you want.
30, but since normal is better for damage, I was thinking about leaving it. It's still useful for 100 stack striker thingy. Because we're stacking, yeah, it's way better. Like I've put mine to 30 already. It is one of those items well worth having a 30 of. But yeah, then you're leaning into the stacking side of things. Oh, that was the backpack, right? Like this. Wait, don't you have? Oh, wait, is that what two-piece? Oh, yeah, gift. Yeah, of course. Because that's the same bonus. Go away. I need you, I'll farm you again, especially if it's like that poorly optimized. Let's actually see. I think only character 1. Those come from character 1. Let's go to character 1. Because there'll be 2 backpacks. They can be deconstructed as well. They came from the FI, Hazard Protected FI, which we gave up on. It's a really close. We're going good. Others, like with
Safe
cities or
area
something.
detected.
It isn't great. That's also why it's not in the recommended build list. That's usually the giveaway as well. If you kind of like search for a build in the recommended build list and you don't find it there, that's usually a giveaway that it's like not per se the top build. It is. The thing is, especially like if you're halfway decent. Wait, why do I have like 5 here? Halfway decent within Fire Eclipse, you're gonna outperform it. So from a practical sense, there is just a better option. But I do enjoy it as well. That's the reason it is in the collection. It isn't the best, but just for playing something different, I do kind of like it. So would we ever use this? Because we end up using always other things here. The original reason for that build was actually Hollywood, but that was Hollywood back when it was just shock and explosions causing the explosion. So that was back then ran with Elmo and Shocker Punch, so you could punch people and it would explode them, which worked out pretty well. But yeah, nowadays you can just Jammer Pulse. So that's the original thing of it. But yeah, if you just want something different, it can work for that. But yeah, it's not a A or S tier build. At the best, it's like a B tier build, but likely it's like a high C. And it is an expensive build to put together as well, so you consider that. But I'm just never gonna use this, am I? Is the thing. If I need it, I'll get it. Then it's not hard enough. Like it's just that it's kind of maxed out, but it's not even God roll, so. Because any place we would use that, it would likely become a Hermano or a setup or something else. Or a career. Yeah, why do I have this many mods of Disrupt on this character? Right? I just want 100% Disrupt resistance. Just through these. And I'm gonna deconstruct even one extra there. All my other characters are also full. Although full meaning 3. I usually try to keep 3 on each character. Also not worth it at all because I end up basically never using them. But yeah, there should be this backpack too that can go. Yeah, let's this gets to stay. This is somewhat of a rare piece. Do I want to keep all of these? I mean, that one stays. Do I want to keep these two? Do I want to keep Unstable Force and Concussion? Versatile I want to keep because I want to mess around with that. Am I ever going to run Concussion or Unstoppable Force when I have the Vigilance? Is this one I kind of want to try with the Aces one? Maybe. But also, why would I do it with this in there? Oh, because I could do it with this and I have a focus just right as well. Just go. Just go. I'll keep this one. I have a focus chest as well, which I wouldn't mind trying. Although the focus chest would just lose against... Would it? With 20 weapon damage? How much does the Aces have? Why do I even care about this? We just keep that. What was the Aces? How much weapon damage do you have? Oh, 185. So it will be 200. So, Yeah, no. Pristine would win. Okay, so maybe we don't even keep this. Because that was just the idea for that. But actually, yeah, Pristine would. Although not up front. But yeah, it will be 20 divided by 3, base close to 20 divided by 3, so. There's also Araldi has, yeah, so this doesn't work out either, so go away. Don't want to keep the versatile just to mess around with. Yeah. Expensive, but fuck it. Phrasing. I'm gonna also maybe then dump this focus one. Because actually, yeah, now I realize this doesn't make sense. Pristine will always beat this because it will also always have 10 marksman rifle damage here. So we're trading effectively 10 marksman rifle damage. Although the only thing would be to have this. Although you couldn't because that's the 2 piece. You would have to need 2 pieces of this plus Araldi, and then yeah, that doesn't work out. So you can go as well actually. I know, we'll keep an extra courier. Why do I have a force multiplier in here like this? Guess we use it on a build picture or something. Because I do have this thing. That should be a force multiplier if it's... if one were running it with combined arms. But also that's a shitty looking one. Go away. We'll keep a vigil. And I never realize as well, actually, if we're keeping, like, why are we keeping this? For the marksman, 20 plus versus this. It's also not going to win, so you would just run this. Yeah, it's fine. Let's keep that one. This one was actually destined for a PvP setup. Did I ever get the chest? I did. Have another piece? I do. Okay, maybe we just keep those for that. Do I need the Overlord's backpack? No. Oh yeah, these are 2 god rolls, so or 2 super unicorns. Not god roll though. I want to put this on the build picture of the hot shot, but also I would feel super bad when people go and try to farm for it. Although I should just put it in the corner, maybe. Headshot, weapon handling. Replace the backpack with this, just so you have 10% armor and kill. But also I would like, it would like be like the Lingmo piece all over again. Do I need a Petrov backpack? This one's a god roll. We'll keep it for that. A Providence backpack, that's god roll. You'll get to stay. 1 crit chance, 1 headshot. Gift. But then also we have this one. What is recalibrated here? Here's the core. Okay. So let's actually keep, let's just keep this one. The core is more likely, you know, crit chance, crit damage will be whatever it is. So let's do it like that. And then also let's make this red for when I need it. And then we're going like super slow on the gear. But that's always how it goes. Especially backpacks and chests are kind of slow because you kind of have to ponder of like, because yeah, for instance, this, sure, I'll use it at some points because especially if I want to pull this out for doing sacrifice plus gift. And then you have rarer pieces like this, even though they might not be any use, but this is at least like an super unicorn. Although, well, no, this is like a hard unicorn, not a super. But trying to get the right talent plus these stats to recore. Although we have this Grupo one, is there a place where the Sokolov one would make more sense than the Grupo one? Does the Sokolov one even make sense versus Matador? One Sokolov backpack can stay. This can stay. This can go because that's part of a setup that no longer really exists. Do I only have a courier then here? Yeah. That's enough. That's all we need. And 2 Cheska backpacks. Did I say 2? I meant 1. Right. Right. Fuck it. I don't know, cash up here. Yeah. Oh, that does not normally have red cores. One to try as well that might be more useful, but that's especially if you play it in groups, and especially Kantan, it works out pretty well, is more so than that Red Eclipse would be Red FI. Because that can give its group buff and such. From a play style for the player itself, it's just, you know, it's not that exciting, but it gives a pretty good group buff, so it helps in that way. And yeah, if you want to play it like right, trying to do some healing here and there. Why did it not deconstruct some of those mods? Should have actually. Because also 102 over 100. What? Shouldn't allow for that. So I was okay with it just deconstructing some of those mods that had in there. Yeah. So let's put some of these away. And 5 haste. Let me guess, there's really nothing here that can take haste mods. That doesn't already have it. No, because why would we? I keep yellow pieces at all, mostly. What are some of these pieces? Guess I use them for like build picture or things. Not sure. I get the feeling we're just gonna do this. Keep looted ones. 11 nines can go. And dump some of those other ones into other places. Yeah, let's go to chests. Would we ever use this over Chain Killer? Would there ever be an appropriate position for this over Chain Killer? No, especially seeing as I have the Habsburg pieces nowadays. And Pristine can stay. Headhunter Badger? Oh, yeah. I catch up here. Actually, there's another set that's like that you flip. No. Build collection update video will drop tomorrow, most likely. We're basically now doing the final stuff to get. Although, well, keep in mind that I'm gonna do it a little bit different than if you're like from saw it last season. I'm actually gonna do it like we did at the start of this year, where I'm just gonna go through every character and all the builds, and just give a if things changed, explain what changed recently, and then also what the build is for, and then also how hard it's to put together. So we'll do actually 5 videos, and they're gonna be kind of in depth. So, because the collection is mostly updated, I'm gonna do a final shuffle here on some stuff. That's what we're kind of setting up here. I'm kind of cleaning up just so a bunch of builds can go into the stash as well, and then do one last basically shuffle. And actually, this evening the plan is to start with character 1. This one. We'll go to that. Oh, no, there's LV. Indeed. How dare I? I should have worked harder. But yeah. Yeah, it turns out I've just been sitting here for the last year just cleaning up stash. Turns out it takes that long. They made our stash bigger, so we have to sit here and clean it up longer. So, yeah, that Badger Tough can go, even though it's kind of a super unicorn. But does it go? Would this ever be useful? Yes, shotgun headhunting with memento. Is that a thing that I will ever do? Nah. The answer is nah. I can say at least this is somewhat a rare piece. Not a super, but a hard unicorn. This one's got roll. That gets to stay. That gets to stay. That gets to stay. Oh, ton of Grupo chests. Which one of you is the ugliest? So these two have at least 1 max stats. These two have nothing. Get it. Get it. Why is this one? Why is this one unbreakable? Where would I have even used this? Yeah. Yeah, this one totally we can toss, right? This it's just Habsburg. Who needs status effect, right? Yeah, no, I guess this day. Eminence armaments free talentable crit chance. No. Because this would always this wouldn't work out ever, right? Although this was also to do some testing. Did I keep the mask? No. Oh no, I do have the mask as well. Now let's keep this as for some testing. Because I want to equip the 2-piece a few more times and see what this increased threat actually feels like. What if we're running it with 2 pieces on just Striker or something, and then that one's for Hollywood. Honestly, this could be tossed, I feel. This super unicorn, but nah. We won. If Overdogs becomes crappy again, then or for Pesty again, man, that's for a PvP setup that we'll actually do a build picture of. Overlord chest. As we also always have Zvia. Do I also have a Zvia chest? Yeah, I'd rather keep this. And the Overlord can always be kind of something else. Gonna reveals too. List, but I can see nothing. Oh yeah, that's the thing kind of as well. Actually, so one of the things that is happening, which yeah, kind of goes against that one. Actually, the one of the things I'm gonna give up on is the 3 PvP builds that are on characters, because I haven't PvP'd all last season, and even this season is kind of questionable. Mostly because, for instance, yeah, last season it was just all Tinkerer stacking. Towards the end of it, it was the Tempest exploit. A lot. Every other match would be that. I didn't even do that many matches, but like out of 4 matches, 2 of them would be Tempest people. Now the beacon stacking is there. I've seen on other people's stream and stuff. So, and I kind of want to have the slots for other things. So yeah, actually, I'm gonna move the PvP builds to be stash builds. I'm gonna move back in one of these purple builds actually on one of the characters, and then we're gonna do 2 new builds. Because yeah, PvP is definitely not my, you know. I got into it a little bit again, but yeah, definitely got kicked out of it again as well. After kind of the yeah, the more recent just issues that it has. Because I don't mind it as a game mode, especially playing it with people and stuff, but yeah, it's not my thing. So actually, yeah, but yeah, we are gonna give them upgrades, and I'm gonna one last time kind of put them into the conflict folder as well and update that. That's the last recommended folder that isn't per se updated. But also the builds don't need that much updates. It's especially just this Umbra one that gets an UI piece, UA piece, not UI. Gets the UI pieces get an UAP or AU piece alongside them. No. UA, yeah. Unit alloys. So just gonna give that one an clean up, but then yeah, those builds are gonna go. But I will keep them in my stash, and yeah, we can always pull them out of there if we want to go PvP in. But I do hope they fix up some of the stuff to make it kind of that we would want to. Gonna get rid of this Petrov chest as well. If we need it, we'll go get it again, but that's not a hard chest to get. But I don't see it being used really, because we did make it for the, especially for the testing on the, but the sacrifices, like if we're going glass, we're going sacrifice. Nowadays as well, if we're going obliterate, we're going equalizer. So there's no place for that thing. One of the questions is if I keep this palisade, because I have the obliterate one. That one's useful. Do I keep the spotter one? Right? Because this would only really like fit in like the rifle high end. Not a build I care too much about. To have like a whole backup piece for it. However, obliterate one. Like if I didn't have obliterate one, like sure, we'll run this if we need. Yeah. Well, let's just pull the plug on that one. This one can maybe stay. It is unbreakable. One. We'll keep one of these because yeah, it could be useful with intimidate. One perfect spotter just for when we need one. I know we'll keep this free talentable one. And I'm actually not gonna toss out my Cheska chest yet because actually in the video I wanna make a joke with these. Also, actually I should go big there. Season that day. Oh yeah. Although, well, not too much has changed actually, but some builds definitely do require a little bit of a update and refresh. Although mostly from this season, the strikers and stuff with the equalizer. Grants one to you, but for PvP, I'm not too familiar with others. Especially, I would say, for instance, in some of the discords, people like Elite Panda and Prodigy, they seem pretty knowledgeable on PvP ends. But they don't, at least as far as I know, not per se too active on the channel end or like having videos. So it's sharing items on different characters as long as it's in your stash and not optimized or calibrated. No, you can just anything. So between characters, anything between normal characters, so not hardcore. So between softcore characters and the hardcores between themselves as well. You can just anything from inventory can go into the stash and another character can pull it out. Doesn't matter if it's optimized or not, at least for yourself. The sharing to others is, but I don't think that's what you're asking, right? You're asking about more like different characters of yourself. Yeah, that just goes through that. Sharing to others is, yeah, you have to have gotten the loot while you were in group with someone else. So someone else's, they need to be a different account basically. And yeah, if you optimize or recalibrate it, you can't share it to the ground to others or put mods on it as well. Basically, if you kind of just modify it in any of the ways. But between your own characters, it's just, yeah, anything can go in the stash, can come out of the stash. For instance, here as well, in a minute, I'm going to put a whole ass build because this build is going to just go into the stash with mods and everything. I'm going to pull it out on a different character and make it the loadout slots there. The only thing is, yeah, between hardcores and softcores, they each have their own stash. Although even there, some items actually go between that. So weightless items, which is, for instance, the Lexingtons and stuff, actually go between hardcore and softcore character stashes and stuff, which makes it a little bit more messy. But yeah, let's quickly do these. And yeah, we've already punched down almost 100, so that's good. Oh, this can go. It's just not ever going to get used again, I feel. That was from the high-end third run hybrid. That hazard gets to stay. This Grupo gets to go because also it's like bad. I want to keep this Palisade is for eclipses. For doing that. I sometimes need to change the core. But I also want to have a blue core. Or I will sometimes want to change the minor to crit chance. But I also want one with core. Now let's get rid of this headshot one, because every character that has that is accounted for, and also this one could always become a headshot, plus I have the blueprint. So. And sure, let's keep an Eagle's Grasp. These items are at least easier. I guess to stay. It's for a thing. I guess to stay is for your regen hazard protected setup. I need an extra Pika Rose. Let's keep that. That might go actually on something. That gets to stay. That's gonna be part of a thing. I already have a mask. And we could always slot in if we need Providence in a slot. Let's double check. Yeah. Because if we need that last piece Providence, we can always bring in the mask. So doesn't need to be this. That gets to stay. That gets to stay. I have the blueprint for a salvo. We can always make a better one. Claws out. There's absolutely no reason to keep this, right? There's just no layout that the pistol headhunters use that where this makes sense, right? Plus I have the blueprint, I can always... The only place would be if we like don't take chain killer and we just want to really go for that first shot damage, but that's not a real thing. Honestly, with the pistol headhunters, we want their second shot, so chain killer is always going to go in there. Yeah, go away. And also go away. I'll actually, I want to keep a few. Yeah, actually, I want to move some of my characters to be holsters, right? Grupo Cheska holsters. Because now it's mostly gloves, but that gets in the way of the overdogs. If it's holster or knee pad, it's a little easier. Oh, I want to keep 2 blacklisters. Fine. Did I keep 2 provocators? No, I think I just got 1. Even that's the only one that just we kept 1 of. Like even Birdie we kept 2 of, just in case. Want to do something. Well, we'll keep an extra blacklister. Oh, that's a snow thingy. Why? Oh, this was just in case we didn't get the chest, but we did in the end. It is a unicorn with god roll. Is it worth keeping though? Is that Because first of all, like, I don't even use the snow machine there. Second of all, like, I already have my gloves and stuff for these builds. That one hurts a little. That one hurts a little. Just a little bit. I need the mic. Also, let me catch up here for a second. That's it. Sorry. In my own world here and there. Built-in. Depends on which part. So yeah, in here it's character, basically character number dot loadout. So that's how it's set up here. In the recommended, it's basically, it is in order of recommendation. But yeah, that doesn't mean per se better because some things are specialized to certain spots. So in the recommended folders, they are like number 1, number 2, number 3, and such. But it's mostly more so like to kind of differentiate, like, okay, yeah, some stuff is a little less recommended, but recommended doesn't mean better or worse. It is still to try to kind of, yeah, separate some stuff out and go like, this is a little bit more general use. This one is a little bit more specialized and stuff like that. But here it's effectively, so if it's like 1.01, this is character 1, loadout slot 1, all the way up to character 1, loadout slot 16, and then character 2, and so forth. Let's keep that. Might still come in handy. It's at least a rarer piece, this Slingmo. That gets to stay. That's for a thing. That gets to stay. Actually, is that for a thing? Don't we already have one on that thing with this thing? Yeah. Get rid of the headshot one. I'll just keep this one. If we need a headshot one, we can do that. That's for a thing. And 2 turmoils, one of them optimized. One of them not. Okay. Yay. How much? Nice. We got like, because where I was like at 440 something. So, and any mods inside of gear, even though it says like, hey, I'm gonna deconstruct it, it doesn't. It just dumps it out here. So wait, how many? Let's clean this up as well while we're here. So. And then we even have 4 and 5. 4. Two. Let's dump a few of these mods in here. Everything's modded up as well. Especially anything that could eat a headshot mod would be nice. Oh, actually, I could get rid of this as well. Kind of skipped it, man. Let's keep that. That's for that one character. Yeah. And I keep a mod on every piece of gear. That's not a recommended way to set yourself up, because that makes it basically my infinite grind. That's the idea behind it. I'll always need more gear mods. But also, honestly, I've like most of this is already filled up with 11 nines and stuff. So it's not even. Kind of forgot which other thing we grabbed. Did I grab 3 things? Guess we didn't. Because I got distracted. I thought I grabbed 3. No. That's what meta. Yeah, no, that's not how that is set up. Understandable. A lot of people also, that's also, some people have thought that it's like version numbers or stuff like that. Nah, it's just the original organization. Also, it makes sense from my perspective as a thing. But also, it doesn't make sense if you're not me, which turns out everybody else is not me. Which sucks for you. Or does it suck for me? Yeah, no, but because the original system of that was just mostly for me to keep track of my builds a little bit, especially builds I was working on. So that would be the stuff that would get build pictures. But then, of course, eventually that grew out of hand and became a whole system unto itself. So let's put 112 in there. The rest of these we'll dump into here, and I'll see if any characters are kind of low on some of these mods. Although they won't be. I need to actually check as well if I have any skill mods that I've kept around for like moving between characters that I've forgotten about. So that could also be a thing. Okay, so yay, man, look at that stash. Although in my case, yeah, so basically about 250 items, a little less. Let's say 225 items. It's just the weapons, and yeah, I need just one of every weapon for the DPS tables and stuff, because yeah, you don't need to keep, Hell, in this case, especially like a G36 this one and a G36 this one and a G36 military this one. Right? Like a normal person doesn't need to keep one of each. In my case, though, yeah, for the DPS tables, I'm also actually for the variant guide and stuff. I do. So that's actually the thing that eats up the most. Now, let's actually, let's start. Let's load up this loadout. And this goes into the stash. And then on character 2, I'll decide if I keep the rock and roll or not. This Liberty can go as well, together with that Mosquito. This is a raid build. It's a raid tank. This is the common setup for it now. It's going to go to character 2. It's going to live there. Funny thing is, start of like, or 2 seasons ago or something, we moved it from character 2 to here to create a slot over there. Now we're moving it back. Anyway, this is the new meta. You saw it here first. If you see this anywhere else, they stole my build. I love how that's become a thing now that people claim like people stole builds and so it's just like, dude, come on. Come on. We're gonna bring patent systems into here. What are we doing? Purples, because I actually have purple builds. And actually that's one of the builds that's gonna come back to a character. But yeah, I have actual purple builds. And then also there's that one blue piece in the masks. That's a super rare thing. Because yeah, that came from a journey cache, but you can't outside of that, there has never been a blue level 40 gear. Because at level 40, you just get purples or above. So, but yeah, I have a full purple build. And actually even, I'm a card carrying and emote making member of the purple gang. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. But it's just a challenge build. It's effectively, I've done all missions and stuff with that. I've done, or well, not all. So now at this point, I've only, like in the past, I've done already all DC and New York missions and stuff on heroic. But now I'm still like only, we started actually on that, but we didn't finish, which was doing, doing the Brooklyn missions. So I only haven't done the main 3 missions. I did all the 4 like shorter missions of Brooklyn with that, but then we got sidetracked with other stuff. Yeah. Indeed. The thing is, when you make enough builds, at some point you just go off the reservation. You just go, what is something silly I can make? Because actually, that's not even like, I have a whole series of, because we also have, for instance, 511, which is, you know, there's a slot called 5.11 because we have 5, well, I have 5 characters in there, but shown in there. 5 is a second account, but because yeah, we have a slot 511. What else do we put there except 6 pieces of 511, right? Like, and then also even like, and this it's funny that this works pretty well still. Just improvised headhunter build. Because, you know, we don't wear no like just do it on our shirt. We just wear a plain black t-shirt. So no brands. Extending that into the game. Yeah, but yeah, it's sometimes fun to just make silly builds, if nothing else. A little less silly of a build is this thing. Did I keep? No, because it's wow, yeah, which character now? Let's go see. I have a character that has a mouse. So this is getting just a small change. Because yeah, we are gonna give the PvP builds an upgrade before they go into the stash. A small one. And it's just, yeah, it's just this Walker Harris piece becomes a unit alloys piece, of course. I'm gonna give the Pika Rose, right?
Safe area detected.
Because Pika Rose, so from a stat perspective, would be the weapon damage, one stat less there, but then would be a skill tier there, and also the skill tier feeds into these. Because otherwise as well, two-piece unit or one-piece unit, one-piece Fenris kind of makes some sense. But yeah, the one-piece Fenris outside of the reload, which is already super fast in the capacitor, would really just be that 10% weapon damage. And that gets eaten up against the skill tier. First things first, though. Well, actually, yeah, no, we should actually make that mask there. Let's just make that mask there. We'll just actually have the pieces for it. Also in the stash. Yeah.
Safe area entered.
Swear an oath that means something.
And I should have enough
I can do for you.
crafting parts. But also, I actually, yeah, they want to have the full build in the stash. I have enough crafting parts. Let's see if we can get a crit chance, crit damage. To recore. We'll pay the price. Okay. Skip that too far. Let's go here. For now. I already forgot what the other shuffle was. What was it again? Wait, so... Oh yeah, so... This... goes over here. Yeah. This slot opens up for Umbra Combat Medic. And this comes back here. And all of these shift up one to here. And this goes out. Bumping that one out. Then here. Oh wait, they went to character 4, didn't it, in the end? I forgot about that, actually. Sorry, this goes to character 4, actually. The PvP tank. Or the PvP tank, the raid tank. Wait, was that how I added the mine? It was over here. This yeah. Okay, yeah. Because this goes over here, and then here this shuffles up one, and we get the Cocoa Tech tank here. Yeah, okay. It's odd. Totally forgot half of my plan. But that's fine. Let's first do this though. Just try to take over the world. Good chance, good damage. Don't. Also fine. See if I care. I care. Please give me. I feel some of these newer brands, it would need a lot more testing. Or maybe if we find the hook in the code or something. I get the feeling, although I'm just imagining it lately. Wouldn't need to actually keep track. Some of these newer brands feel like they don't have the same protection, the rainbow protection that other brands have, but it depends on if that's like a whole system onto itself or if it needs to be applied to gear. One thing I could do is take that crit chance one. Although nah, let's just hold that for. Let's just hold that for crit chance right down here. Worst case, I can borrow one from somewhere else. You know what? Let's keep that one, and I can always, because on some of the other characters, it doesn't per se matter if it is core or not. On this one, it does. I also love every time the reveal of the Nemesis mask. Turning around to just go like, expensive, but sure, fine. It's fine. It's what we wanted. Oh wait, no, wait. That's not. That wasn't right. Okay. I have build I came up with. Yeah, sure. Feel free. We're just kinda doing some busy work and stuff anyway, so. Chance mod. Chance mod. I'm right. Write it for now. So wait, how does this one actually land? What is our C? So this is 63, but yeah, that would be 53 in conflict. Why is a crit not mass? Oh yeah. Oh, actually, wait. How much are we missing here? 2, so this will be 55. 55 something. That's fine. Let's optimize this app. Should have enough. The buildings on yesterday. Oh, you would have to refresh my mind. Unless. But yeah, bigger is as here, for instance, can make sense. Although the thing is mostly in PvP sense, more so. Just because also capacitor is pretty potent there. I have enough, right? Yeah, it's just one mask. Especially on mask weaves and stuff. It's one of the last items we're optimizing anyway, so it'll be fine. Yeah. So I'll just build picture this. Anyway, we do it on this build picture, and then it gets sent to S into the S sections. Big shield technician, TV's browser, stateless Nordic chest with lights rate, and then 2 piece in the summer. Otherwise, shield, yeah. It's restore damage waste too much, yeah. Because mostly, so for instance, on the PvE end, because in there as well, you can just memento is just so good is kind of the thing. That's why, yeah, my tech tanks are like kind of set up that way. Because I was kind of looking at Ninja Bike, especially like Ninja Bike with the 3-piece kind of imminence, at least it's closer. But the Ninja Bike still, yeah, is, especially once the momentum kind of gets going, like all of the other things you get there, the regen and the skill efficiency kind of work out to be a little bit better. There's also in there, yeah, the 2-piece brazos especially as well is going to cost quite a bit. Like, yeah, you get a little bit magazine size out of it, but also the magazine on the Tempest is, not worth that investment. But at least, yeah, with Imminence Armaments, you have a little bit better of a piece available than most sets would have. So, and yeah, it'll do work well enough. Like, because I did try out a Ninja Bike setup. I didn't go with 2-piece brazos. Picaros can kind of make sense, but in there just the 1-piece, because you invest a lot otherwise. What did I go with? I think I went with Providence, because I used the headshot and the chance as the 2-piece there. And it was well enough, but yeah, and then a memento charged up with stuff is like a lot more. Is there those anything else? Yeah, you can keep the picaros. It's more the 2-piece into the 3-piece, because yeah, you can have 2 pieces giving you 3 bonuses, but you could also have if you go for the 3-piece brazos, so that 3rd piece is kind of expensive with the Ninja Bike there, because yeah, instead of that 50% max size, you could have because yeah, you can, with 1 piece you get the skill tier already. But yeah, you could have 8% crit chance and 13% headshot through Providence. Trying to think of any, because that was also a while ago. Nothing newer really makes sense there, right? No, nothing that kind of came in as. Let's maybe. Oh, that could also be an option, you know, hollow for the stat, and although the hazard protection is kind of meh, right? Like it's not per se gonna help make a big difference there. But yeah, you would get the DTH, which would help a little. Although, so as a punch drunk is also worth decently a lot. Because yeah, I think I was punch drunk to P7 its armaments, Picaro's Providence was the setup I went with. But also I didn't kind of like min-max it too much or try to like figure out the min-max for it. Mostly because yeah, Memento was just on somewhat of a different level. Especially yeah, the regen and stuff. Like that feels so nice to just have the regen always going. But you do need to charge it up. There is that dancing. Yeah, let's make sure we have the modifier off. Oh, yeah, let's actually do some of this. Okay. This changes as well. So we need to do new damage numbers as well for it. Although actually, let's see how much they changed in a minute. And yeah. This changes actually as well. Not that though. Yeah. Okay. Let's stay the same. Oh, that does change actually. Of course. So let's redo that just for making it look better. Let me catch up again. Yeah, Walker could go in as well. Although the two-piece Walker isn't great either. I would say the Providence can help, can be an option. It goes back off a few months. So it is available from the caches currently. So the Christmas cache is going on, the Krampus event. It is in there. You can get some through there. It is also, if people have the bounty, you can get it through there as well. Yeah, I think overall Providence is like the one that would. The other option would also to be just going Cheska and then like for the hazard protection, but nah. The Hollow Man would make more sense with that, I'm sure. I also have to check actually if that lines up well with the crit. I think it did. Although I'm not sure if I took something else to lose a little crit. That's the only part I don't fully remember. I think I was over crit by too much as well. Yeah. So that's kind of your two options for now. But especially, just farming some of the keys from the event. Especially the doing the bounty gives a lot. And you can just matchmake for it. Still likely a lot of people will be doing that. So you'll likely, if you matchmake for it, you'll get into a few bounties. But you can also farm them up yourself and go do them. Especially if you're interested in the keys, doing them on normal is actually the easier way. You can just farm the bounties while your world is set to normal by just having your world to normal, and then you just murder Krampus Laufs as they come by. Doesn't matter, right? I just need Umber charged. Like, that seems low. Also, yeah, why am I not shooting? Why am I shooting health? Might as well always shoot armor. And a little bit of gain. Not much, but every little bit counts. Here definitely that 2-piece unit alloy brand bonus making some sense. But yeah, there's definitely like kind of conflict build. So you wouldn't want to take this into PvE. It would take forever to do anything. But yeah, with that one updated, because actually, yeah, so that's the only one that's really getting a full update in any, or well, like getting updates. This one stays as is. This one stays as is. Let's actually go to the conflict folder for a second. Well, actually, I need. I'll just bring up the build collection for myself for a second. Just to have the build collection open and then also this folder. Yeah, location here. Yeah, indeed. That is one of the go-tos. That's also why here it's even on number 1. But yeah, this was the old way of doing it. This is the new way of doing it. We just gave it a little bit of a refresh. But this one's also going out of the main body of the collection. All 3 of the PvP builds are. I just don't PvP enough. The way we're going to update this one is just right. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's do this. Although actually, this makes no sense anymore. Not when we have 20 weapon damage there. This does though. We can take Lingmo pieces. Yeah. Now let's copy it. Paste it over there. Because most of these are based on the collection and such. Or are copies, direct copies from the collection, but also then there are some unique stuff to here. Is this region? Yes, this region. This one. Not much change there, but just a little bit of styling differences. Yeah. Small changes there as well, but just small ones. And it is not a AR build, so it doesn't need unit. This is not taking brand bonuses or damage, so it doesn't even need unit. This one's kind of actually, yeah. Let's finish up having all of these. Let's also make this number 4. Actually, let's make this number 2. Let's do it like that. If this becomes number 2, so we're meaning to change this actually. As a protection is much more useful than the armor regen, and this becomes number 5. In the end. Now some of these, I'm gonna just in the upper right corner, just fix some stuff up. But also here, I'm gonna make this season 2. Also, let me get you here for a sec. Is it better with no skill tiers? We have skill tiers. We have 3 of them on that one. That one, it's not. Sounds the best. Yeah, it's always hard to tell. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's cheating, but also sometimes, people are also good. There are also people that are just exceptionally good. And then there is also sometimes cheating. It's hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, so just clean up there. Also just gonna make this season 2. Oh, this is actually from the collections. Was it season 3? Yeah, so let's add it here as well in the corner. And then you also fix this up to be kind of in the new style. Okay. That's good enough for, for in here for now. I'll consider it that the refresh on it. And then we can close these for a second. So yeah, this is one. This is number two. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no, so that's, yeah. Just looking at the mask slot, but yeah, that of course has armor regen always because it's a catharsis. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so kind of fine with the conflict folder then for now as well, which means that's the last folder that needed to be updated as well. Let me catch up actually. See, a lot went by. Yeah, and also there, yeah, we do have 3 cores going into the capacitor. So for that build, because also yeah, the Picarus kind of can double. This has always been the thing. Like you can double dip into the capacitor. Basically, that's why one of the reasons capacitor gets used as much as it does in PvP. And then also yeah, it has DTA instead of DTH, which helps quite a lot. Game's a nightmare. Yeah, although I've also had plenty of good times with it, especially several seasons ago and stuff. But now there's also a bunch of like that is not per se exploits through like cheats and stuff, but it's exploits through just mechanics of the game that with Tinkerer for a whole season and stuff, double like stacking talents and then Tempest, that was kind of easy to break and stuff, like, or it was annoying. Where do you coming from? So yeah, the technician there and Picaros. The ninja bike and the Picaros. I'm doing summit on floor 6, but it looks like I'm stuck on half floor. I should be going up to floor 7, but I jumped down to clear the enemy, and there's no way back up. There's always going to be a way forward. Like you don't get stuck like that. Although maybe there are sometimes bugginesses where a door closes when it shouldn't, and you get locked out of a further room. I'm gonna guess maybe that's what's happening there. But try exploring around. You should be able to, not per se get up the way that you did, but just moving forward. There should be a door somewhere that you can interact with. If it isn't the case, yeah, you can just maybe just reset. You can go back to the lobby and back up if it did bug out with a door. Because that does happen. It is very rare though, so I wouldn't expect that to be the case. Unless you get super unlucky. But you can always from the map go back to the lobby, and then you would lose any progress since the elevator basically, but if you're stuck, that's better than being stuck. There should be. Wait, what was this? Yeah, they were mostly likely asking for your system more so for, they could join you and try to help or try to find a way for you. All the doors are closed. You might have gotten unlucky with some bugginess. It's a very rare thing to happen, but yeah, it can happen where the door bugs out. There's maybe it's so if it isn't yes, so actually yeah, there are some rooms like that don't have an obvious way up, but yeah, there's some cabinets in the corner. I'm pretty sure I know exactly which room you're in. Although, well, there's several. But also in that one, there would be stairs on the other corner. So. Because there's also usually some stairs around. So that was what helps more. No. Exactly the other way. So if already something is feeding into rate of fire, unless by value, because that's always the thing as well, right? Like if it's just big enough, it can just overpower stuff. But here, this is already feeding a lot into rate of fire. So we want to go exactly in other spots, especially because, salvo is also not that big. Basically, like if salvo was in some places, like, yeah, if you have like detox and stuff from a Fox's perk can work out. But if you're already feeding into a stat, usually it depends unless it's like overpowered item, but usually you want to go with other bonuses. But here as well, the Picoros is feeding especially in the capacitor, and with the double dipping into the capacitor, it's honestly the best choice. And also salvo there actually would be kind of the worst choice. Even if we're, for instance, like we want to keep 1 unit piece because 1 unit piece makes a lot of sense, we would just do a normal unit piece. That rate of fire on that, because it's already feeding on top of 40, that's going to be already kind of, that 5% is now, I mean, we can say exactly. That 5% is then so it's a 145 over 140. So that 5% is then a 3.5%. That's how quickly diminishing returns can go. Because Umbra also feeds into that same pool. Yeah, now then though, so let's actually go and put these all into the stash and start shuffling builds around, which will make Vito very happy, I think. Except not. Because he's been trying to keep up with the updates, but yeah, now I'm gonna shuffle some stuff. But that's just the reality of the collection sometimes. Salvo Umbra with the bestie, not particularly. Especially not in a world where Coco exists. Well, maybe you wouldn't use Salvo in general, just with Umbra. Not in this PvP kind of setup. You would use 2-piece Langmo with the negotiate, or with the ninja bike and Umbra pieces maybe. But yeah, no, Salvo wouldn't per se work out too much out there. What are tools of farming would you recommend? Well, even more so than that, I present to you the recommended documents. So that first link especially takes you to what is in the bits collection here with the recommended build list. And yeah, it is indeed strikers as said there. A lot of strikers. Strikers easy to put together and a very powerful build. I can click through into here and you go to the build picture, giving you hopefully all the information you would need to make it happen. So. And then yeah, from there indeed you can expand that. Farm to follow your group of pieces of your sacrifice. The VG apps for back chest and all those. Pretty much it's fair by now. I mean, keep in mind that's like just for illustrative purposes. Although a lot of my time is also spent here in the stash, near the stash. But you can always /inspect yourself if you wonder where as well. You can just do like /inspect IKEA. I've played this game for a little bit. Actually, wait, how much is it nowadays? I haven't done this in a while. 2812 plus 2308 plus 4294 plus 1787 is 11,201. And we didn't even go with the hours or with the minutes and stuff. We only went. I've been around. Because actually, so some of the pieces are not per se needed as well. So for instance, the Habsburg pieces are a little bit of an upgrade, but they're just that, a little bit of an upgrade. You don't per se need them. There's no need for them. And yeah, so for instance as well, mortar build and stuff, for instance, requiring Grupo pieces, those can take a while. But some of the other things are just, yeah, for instance, sacrifice and such. You know, especially nowadays with retaliation, it's actually easier or faster than like, although overall it's faster, but because also you can get other stuff than descent. Although descent per hour spent is likely still better for reconstructed caches, but you can, in retaliation, you can also get a bunch of other stuff while doing it. But if you get the blueprints, like it's actually easier than when I went and farmed mine, right? When I went and farmed mine, although actually that's also the thing with that is just a lot of pieces I didn't go out and farm. A lot of pieces were just, hey, I ran into a yellow sacrifice because I was doing this, you know, we were just doing a mission and a yellow sacrifice dropped, so I kept it. There's a lot of that as well in there. So let's actually put some of these mods in here because I'm going to run into mod issues in a second. Especially as well as 11.8 there. That I can just all the way fuck off. Man, I'm very cursy today. Speaking of cursing, actually, so one of the weirdest things, some may remember that one guy that came in yesterday just proving that I did the right thing by banning them or blocking them or whatever it was that they were saying. So I want to actually check, at least on the Twitch end, because I thought like, oh, it's somebody that I've like blocked. Because if I like go into somebody else's stream and they're obviously view botting or they're just being an absolute asshole, I'm just gonna block them just to like not accidentally raid them and stuff is mostly the reason. But I didn't even have them blocked, so I'm guessing I banned them on YouTube maybe or something. But like set to hidden, which is the YouTube thing actually. I'm gonna also crunch this Walker and Harris piece. If we need it again, we'll get it again. But we likely won't. Yeah. And let's put, actually I saw the other characters don't have crit chance mods and this guy's hoarding them all. Let's do that. Okay. Now then. So this is other places. This isn't. That's of course is. This isn't. Everything else is just this build, right? Yes. Do I want to keep an SMG? Actually, we'll keep that SMG. Because the attack vector came in with that other one, but we can just put that somewhere else. Yeah. Yes. And then this build becomes a stash build. I'm just basically equipping something else. I'm putting this build into the stash. All three PvP builds were going to go and become stash builds. We'll keep the SMG. Let's already do the shuffle on this character. Yeah, let's already do the shuffle here. Way to farm is everyone wants to keep dying on floor 10. Not dying on floor 10. That's the XP method. That was the old method where you did it with XP alongside of it. Nowadays with countdown and stuff existing, you're better off there actually. But Summit floor 10 was mostly, especially for the XP, and then you would get some exotics alongside of it and such. If you're doing it just for the gear, there is a gear method, but that's mostly more floor 90. But for gear, yeah, Summit is not per se the go-to anymore. So that's why I'm in that. Yeah, although the rates in Summit aren't per se that much higher. Open world and stuff can have a little bit higher rate, open world emissions, but also not by much. Things also for some of the exotics, consider like doing retaliations where you build up the blueprints pool from that, because once you have the blueprints for a lot of the items are in there, not everything, but a lot of the items are in there, so you can get it through that as well, and then you can just craft it. Yeah, Bighorn specifically, yeah. Floor 10 legendary is, but that's like one item. But also then, yeah, you wouldn't die over and over again. You would reset. You would kill the boss and then go down to the lobby and then go back up, because there's two different methods. One was the old XP method, which no longer gives XP. Well, Alma would be one of those items that, yeah, would be in the retaliation blueprint pool. So one of the things you can do, because it won't show it here for me, there's a picture out there somewhere, but you can just go through here. If you go to here and go to the exotics here, for you, it will say here what it comes from. So if you go onto the blueprint, it will say like it's either kill squads from a faction or it's completion from a faction. And then you can go piss off that faction, do retaliations of that faction. On a long enough timeline, you'll have all of the blueprints, but you can kind of focus it as well by just going after that single faction and trying to just aggro them the whole time and then do retaliations. Especially if it's a kill squad one, those you can get like in a few retaliations, you'll have all of the kill squad ones of that faction. And indeed as well, in the meantime as well, you can have your targeted set to AR and maybe it'll drop. Although there's a bunch of ARs now, so less likely. But it might. Yeah, so this guy gets the big shuffle. Let's actually do the shuffle here as well. So first things first. This becomes 1.16. There we go. All of these move up one. So this is S01. The nice thing as well with Google Drive and stuff is like I can change the names on stuff and like reorder stuff, but the link stays the same. So if this was linked somewhere, then it still stays linked. Actually, that can stay 5. Yeah. Although it's going to become 6, actually. Yeah. Also, yeah, so I should do that. Just for myself. Because this could be stash 004. This definitely is a stash build of mine. It's also kind of for myself. And then the PvP builds come after. Okay, so that one there. We have 2 116s now. Okay, so this now becomes 0.5, I'm pretty sure. 5. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, but that's not the right build. Oh, it shuffled everything one over, of course. So this one is S05. Okay. Let's already make a copy of this. Let's let me catch up here for a sec. Mm. Yeah, no, there is indeed no cross-platform. The vision comes from a time before that was kind of common, and the way they implemented it, it really would be quite hard for them to do that now, and they just don't want to. Understandable as well. With they have enough issues without trying to shoehorn that kind of stuff into here. Because yeah, they would need to merge the databases. There's a high chance of just something breaking in all that, and that could be a mess. So it's very unlikely to ever happen. 211. This becomes 211. No. This doesn't become 211. This becomes 211. Okay. This becomes 209. There we go. The annoying thing as well is I'll have to do this on Botrix as well, and then also nowadays on this thing as well. I'll have to do the same shuffle. Maybe I should make notes on how we're shuffled, but actually it's not too hard. I mean, we'll just make it match. Once it's kind of matched up, it'll all work out. Yeah. So now everything here shuffles up one. That's 216. Except I should know. So this leapfrogs onto the other side. $13. 12. And then yeah. This one becomes 211. And then this becomes 208. 308. And quite the shuffle in the end. Oh, yeah. Let's just for my sanity already move this down to 416. Because then this lines up the way I normally expect it to. Okay, now let's make that happen actually in the game. That's the whole point in the end. Hard challenging. Overall challenging for speed. No, that's not. That's not true title. I know there is a text that says that. That is also in the wrong text. The loot is better in heroic, but it's not worth it by time and stuff. Like unless you have a really good build and you find yourself with a good squad, then heroic is just worth it because it's just gonna take you the same time as challenging. But challenging is gonna be more consistent. That loot text that's in the pause menus, that's only true because it is an old text, and that was the only difficulty. Because think about it as well that, you know, there's a hard and a normal count, which definitely don't drop heroic loot, otherwise we would be in there. The challenging does drop a little bit below heroic loot. Heroic content drops a little bit above heroic loot in like open world, but it's not a big difference, but yeah, there's definitely a difference. But that text is just old. It's from back when content didn't have difficulties. There was just one difficulty, which was challenging back then, but it wasn't called challenging because it was just content. That was the only thing content had. They added difficulties later, and they did a little bit of tweaking to the loot as well. But from the perspective of just, it is still true from the perspective of just getting shit done. Just do it on challenging, especially starting out, especially if you're solo. I generally don't even go heroic unless I'm with a group already. Because with heroic, you kind of, especially this season when there is no modifier there, you actually need people to kind of be good enough to be there, and not everybody is always. Although the thing is, like for challenging, like if 2 people are competent, they'll just carry it easily. With heroic, you kind of need 4 people to be competent, and preferably more. Okay, so let's do the shuffle. So yeah, this becomes this. So this is 16 serve. 16 serve SB PFE. It's annoying as well that we can't just like reorder slots and stuff in the game. We have to just basically load the build, copy it over. And I've gotten into the habit of just like quadruple checking, because otherwise, if I overwrite the wrong build, that's like several minutes of fixing it. So might as well just measure 17 times, overwrite once. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So this is 13 tech HHTT. This is the last one that shuffles, right? Yeah. So this is 12 sharp. HH rifle. No. So this becomes a slot for let's send that build over here first, then. We'll send aces to this character. And then rebuild it here. Zealot, yeah. Although, well, last season's bonuses were so large that it was a little OP. It was way too strong. So I'm kind of happy actually to have a lot more tame modifier this season. And a somewhat back to normal kind of deal.
Everything
Yeah, so now we load up this, and all of this goes into the stash. Oh, that Dradidic is weightless. Anyway, trading builds between characters. So that's what sharpshooter and let's go reform that on character 2. Here I do have a little bit of a benefit by all the gear having its own mod. Do a little Krampusing.
Area detected.
Anyway, we still have it for a week as well. There's still a lot of time to get some Krampusing in. Luckily this evening we'll actually jump into some countdowning, maybe. Although kind of depends as well if, well, first of all, if we, how much we get then of, must be this one then. Well, honestly, there's no reason we shouldn't get this done. I want to have the build collection kind of in its final form. And then start this evening already. We'll record one of the build collection updates. Actually, and basket and predict. It's already, yeah. Let's make the right mods. Actually, let's go to the game actually. This doesn't matter. And Focus Ace is not the best build or anything, but one I kind of enjoy enough that I want to keep it around. There's a bunch of less good builds in the collection. At least they do unique stuff. Like they play unlike any other build. This is usually the idea. Actually, oh, okay, that helps out as well. This character didn't even have their own. Oh, and then let's pull up the build picture actually and make sure we're aligning fully. Oh, actually, wait, not the chain killer. It's a focus build, dumbass.
Best here in the city. Come take a look.
Oh, yeah. So this aligns fully, right? And then same mods. Scope. Sharpshooter. Same gear. Quick step. What? I had Dread Edict in the corner, and then I had Nemesis on this, which okay. Well, yeah, let's have Nemesis in the corner then. It does make sense to have. Let me trip again as well. No, what the kind of one is about, you just get double requisition. So those countdown coins, as we quite often call them, that you get for completing, where you can spend it in the shop. No, it's not double loot, no. But yeah, you get a bunch more requisition, so actually even one challenging one, as long as you get enough of the dock tags, will be enough for an exotic cache instead of 2, for instance. So, not the worst deal, but right, just especially missions give quite a lot. So doing the depending on what faction you're going for, doing their stronghold. Their stronghold is basically, if you do their stronghold, you'll in one go aggro them. Missions give quite a lot. Control points are decent, but like you would need to do several control points, which would be likely longer than doing their stronghold. Depends on the faction, because for instance, you got True Sons, Capital takes a little bit longer. But DUA is, for instance, super fast. Roosevelt is decently fast. So you can do those pretty quick for triggering a retaliation. Yep. And as already as well said, yeah. It's just those countdown requisitions. That's the official term for them, but we all call it, yeah, countdown credits or countdown coins. So there's some value to it, but yeah, it's not like super high value. Yeah, so that fixes that up. Okay, and then yeah, this build needs to be saved. Save me, oh Lord. So yeah, this is overwriting this. So this is 11 sharp aces. Sharp. Sharp. Actually, does it allow me to do this? Aces and eights. Focus. Okay, so that's that loadout slot. Let's already rename this one. Uh, 9 UI EMAD. Or actually, well, tech. 9 tech UI CMAD. I did little I. Okay. Yeah, so this one goes over there. They already have they already would have thing weapon, so that okay, this character gets to keep that one. Yeah, so okay, so this goes over there. The other character will have their own BTS2 gloves because, of course, they will. Okay. And the rest they'll have. Let's rebuild that there. So yeah, that one. So this came back over here. Now we're doing this. over here. First, I'm just gonna save it for now, and then actually the idea is the reason I'm bringing this one over here is to have these two use some pieces from each other.
Entering safe area.
Same way that the cocoa one is set up. But for now, we'll just take all the pieces. Stick it together. Fenris. So, although yeah, we're presenting it there with the equalizer. No, wait. So we should make sure we're using the pieces that aren't used already. Bumped out of my inventory there. Yeah, that already aligns quite a bit. That's nice. Because it would be nice if we could reuse the pieces, basically. I should have... That'll be easier. Let's load up a build that does healing already, then at least the mods and stuff are... Oh wait, no, yeah, restore. For a second there, I read that as reviver, and I'm like, wait, why does this have a reviver there? I need a large this. Indeed. Well, a Christmas gift, a Christmas miracle. Oh yeah, let's load the healer build. That'll be faster than... I can tell which one is which by the pieces that they have there, because they'll all be crystalline. Except this one, of course. Because eventually then, like pieces like this, that's the idea. We'll just keep by merging these two on the same character. That'll help quite a lot with inventory as well, hopefully. So yeah, that was the save as is there. Stat-wise, there should be no reason we're different. And then yeah, we can stick in the equalizer chest. Or equalizer. We can stick the ferocious calm. And I'll save it with the ferocious calm, and then we can always stick the other one in. Yeah, we'll do this one just with the mechanical animal. Yeah. So this becomes here. 3.08. This becomes 8 tech SB CMed. God damn it. 8 tech capital S, capital B. Looks weird otherwise. And these two are next door to each other, but yeah, we can later on figure out about merging some of these pieces between them. That's a future problem. Okay. Now, all right, so so this one's empty. This one's over there now. This has been unshuffled. Up. And yeah, so this is all, and this was a direct trade. So this land's already there. Nothing else changes here except directly. And then, okay, so she just gives up that. That also becomes a stash build. Let's already do that. So, I think 7 for now. 7, yeah. Let's already did this as well. 8. For now. Yeah. And then, yeah, she gets slot there. Looking over here, of course. And then this becomes 315. This becomes 3.16. Let's do that in the game as well. So it's all correct. Oh, yeah, so setup goes into the stash. That's the reason as well where we're making as much stash space as we were, just to have enough for all of these things to go in there. And then we'll figure out later if we what we keep, what we toss. This is also only saved here and also only saved here. So I should put those away as well. Okay. That's that one. So that's all in the stash now. We'll load up 15. That goes over 16. So this becomes 16 FV, PFE, SMG. And then slot 15 becomes 15 tech Coco TT. So this will become the Coco Tech Tank. This will become UI Combat Medic. That'll be the 2 other new additions. Yeah. So everything's moved up. So up to here is now all correct. So 4. Yeah, so 4 only gives up that PvP build and just gets oh, you know what's Krampus today? Oh, Rupa. It's not too bad. It's at least a useful brand. Yeah, so that's here taken care of. Yeah. On to carriage 4. There's a straight swap anyway. That's easy. PvP build goes out. That Raid tank goes on. And then we're done with the shuffle. Yay. And there's also one build I want to change here on second account, which is the
Safe
ongoing
area
directive.
detected.
Because if we have two ongoing directives with Tinker, I could just make one of them with OD, with overdogs. So we can put
Priority
OD in
objective
OD.
available,
So we have
Agent.
OD in OD, so we can OD with OD. Like OG. Do you think you can get the quest up blueprint to concern caches? No. That is not going to happen because it's a seasonal item, but it's in the caches now. It's in the current caches. I'm guessing that's also what title told you. Yeah. If you do enough of those keys, I opened up 100 caches that that'll take a while, but I got like 10 or so quick steps along the way. So it's not a rare item in there. And it's easy enough to farm. It is easy enough to farm the keys. And also you might get some Reguluses and Eagle Bearers and Ouroboruses along the way, and other weapons as well. Lexingtons. Yep. What is something new? Would you recommend your HE region PFP loadout for heroic and legendary content? Not particularly. Keep in mind that, for instance, especially for instance, legendary and stuff, it's best done in a group, and it's best done actually with full red builds, supported by like a foam eclipse or something like that. That's kind of the go-to. A PFE can work, for instance, legendary soloing summit where it does scale numbers, but outside of there, you're better off having a lot of firepower. Getting the numbers down is much more valuable than trying to survive legendary, because you can't really easily. Even a PFE loadout will get destroyed pretty quickly. But also, so for instance, if you haven't tried it, more so for heroic and solo play and stuff, I like the tech tanks. So for instance, this kind of loadout, having something like this, I like this actually a lot better than just running a red solo, for instance. But it's much more of a solo build. Not per se as well for legendary, because legendary has its own requirements, heroic and stuff. But also you could go with, for instance, tipping skills and stuff, which play a little bit differently, or Coco, Concentrated Company, which usually still get set up in all red, but they're just different, just a little bit different in the playstyle and stuff. So. Or Umbra, for instance, which definitely is very different in this playstyle. So. The hand is up. Yeah, we'll see if that happens, because keep in mind it's like one zone and there is a lot of targets. So might actually just outright not happen. So none of these pieces gets used anywhere else, right? Yeah, so this can straight up just go. What did I have saved with this? Whatever the hell I want, right? Yeah. This is the only LMG she has? I think it is even. Yeah. Oh no, you should know, of course. Oh yeah, we can't have the bighorn there, but that's fine. Either way, let's get those pieces into our inventory first. That's this. And these two pieces of Cavalier. Also, Eternal Liberty. Right, yeah. Let's go to have it with. Yeah, the question becomes what weapons do I save this per se with? Again, this doesn't need to be in there. And it's just a raid setup. Only really useful for Iron Horse. And only for a few of the fights even. But I do want to keep it in the main body of the collection. Specifically like that. Does this character use firewall for a bunch? AR, shotgun, SMG. Yeah. Does it rather be? This bumps me out of it. Actually, no, it's LMG, shotgun, SMG. Oh, yeah, but yeah, this also doesn't need to have the damage there. Oh, yeah, so let's save this. And this is then 16 FB region or HZP region. Yeah. Okay, so this is now this character. Different weapons, but that doesn't matter. Different main weapons, but that doesn't matter. Everything else is the same. That also kind of works out there. So actually, yeah, character 4 is fully up to date then. Yeah, because that's the only change on her. Yay. That's it. Let me catch up actually. Is Ravenous in loot pool? No. It's only from there, like those rare items. Yeah, Ravenous and Bighorn aren't in there. Regulus, Eagle Bearer, Ouroboros are in this set. Oh yeah, no to no to Ravenous in the current caches. They've been in other caches, stretch goal caches and stuff, but not in this one. What's this? That else I said. That's another. Yeah, it's not in there. Neither is Bighorn. They're likely they're gonna likely make it easier to get those kind of items as well. And then my guess would be for this one they've picked these three, and then for a future one they might have like, you know, two of the ones we have now, and then maybe either Bighorn or Ravenous, and then another event where like the other one is there. Just so you have to be there for multiple events to get like the full set, so to say. So legendary mission tech tank. Not well. I mean, no build will solo a legendary by itself. Soloing legendaries is barely about the build. It's much more about your capabilities and the knowledge about the legendary. Legendaries, more than any of the content, is like you need to know the mission if you want to go have it be smooth. You can kind of overpower it, of course, nowadays, especially with, you know, full strikers and stuff and a foam eclipse. You can play reactively and get away with it, especially like last season when we had really good modifiers. But yeah, the build barely does anything there. So you have to. There are many builds that can be used to solo legendary, but they're all, you know, they're more tailored to the player. But also soloing legendary, keep in mind, it's just a challenge. Like there is no real good reason to solo legendary except for like it will be the same like doing a challenge, you know, doing a level 1 run of a like Dark Souls or something, stuff like that. You would only do it really for the challenge. If you just want to clear it, especially the strongholds specifically, they don't scale in numbers. They only scale in health and armor. So you get the same amount of enemies, solo or in a group. They're just, yeah, they do scale in health and armor, but yeah, it's still, and they did that. And 55 streams, almost 2 months. And yeah, welcome in. As yeah, we're gonna doing some build collection shuffling, making even more empty positions to fill up in a future time. But also, yeah, bringing some stuff over to where they make a little bit more sense. Yeah, so that's that. And yeah, the rest of this character is kind of fine. And the only thing I might do is, yeah, we might change character force PFE, but that's just a change in a build. Okay, and this, yeah, the PvP builds went on to become X builds now. Oh no, not X builds, but they're stash builds now. I'm kind of thinking maybe I just make them even instead of S with like P for PvP. Although they're in the conflict folder as well, so they're in there. Yeah, that just leaves one. We need to bring the purple build onto character 1. And then everything's in place. Actually, one thing I want to check.
Low prices, big selection. That's what
Yeah, okay. So what did we have on that? Where to put those away, right? Yeah. So especially that bestie got orphaned, but that's fine. She doesn't need a bestie. And he has one now for Coco. And even then, we might actually even still put it on the Tech Tank Coco. Just as a secondary, because we don't need any stacking weapon there. So she might get that back. And then yeah, so this guy has a slot on 0.9, which will be the UI combat medic. Now what did we keep? Oh yeah, the G36. And then yeah, layout wise it's gonna be It's going to be the same as the other combat medics. Yeah, let's put the purple build on her and rebuild it there. It's going even good. Regulus would disagree quite a lot. But yeah, well, they're good. All of the so Eagle Bearer, Ouroboros, and Bighorn. Actually, Bighorn is pretty good. Actually, like above good. But Ouroboros and Eagle Bearer are good. They're not great. They're good. They're not bad. Which is implied by saying they're not good. Indeed, it's not the build, it's the agent. But also just the knowledge. Like, yeah, a lot of, especially, actually, if you want to solo legendary, it's best to just follow a guide by someone. Especially, for instance, Toasty. Who's on YouTubes and such. I can link him in a second, actually. He has guides, and then also in those guides, he has build recommendations, because it's also different builds for different... It's different builds for different... different missions and places and stuff like that. Because also each legendary stronghold especially is different. And this way even my stash is still below 400 even. So will be cleaned up. Yeah. I need to also figure out, because actually wait, was that... That just leaves the pieces for the purple turret, right? Yeah. Let's also have an extra glove. So there. This just chest still needs some loving. Is that the only wipe I have? Oh, because yeah, wait, what goes here? This okay, so this chest goes here. But that Providence is kind of good looking. So okay, that's why I've kept that, just in case we can swap one of the pieces out. That might not be a bad idea actually. I could grind on hard. Because that bounty drops a lot of loot. We could get a good Grupo piece for some. Although actually that would be the thing. If it's for somewhere else, that would kind of be hard to fit in. Take that. Oh, let's decide which one we keep. I just want to keep one. Don't want both. I think let's put that there already. I'll hold that for something better there. Yeah. I thought there should be gunner.
I've got what you want, Agent.
That'll be the golden minigun. Let me just keep that one. I want to go and farm some upgrades for this though at some point. Or try to. Yeah, Revive 5. Let's just take pulse for now. Yep. Oh, she has the wrong glove. Let's go fix that, actually. And then, yeah, we can, at least on this one, it's kind of free talentable. Everything else can go. Okay. So, 16 gun, purple. Jeez. Maybe I mod this up. Well, actually, what's my crit? Okay, so oh yeah, actually, we don't have the scope, right? So crit, and then damage. And nice thing about the ACS as well, it's nice and big for having some purple there. Although actually we have magenta or something, right? Solid magenta or something. That works too there. Well, I will be a bit solid. Oh, these are solid. Okay. Oh, it was this. Yeah, it's fine. And that one's that one. Yeah. It all works out. What mods are on you even? Okay. Yeah, and we have a purple build back on a character. Nice. We'll run that a bunch. Also, still forget. Does mega damage. Well, let me catch up here. Is Google still bugged? If you mean the stacking on it, for what I've seen, when it bugs or when it bugs, it's just a visual. It seems you don't get the stacking bar underneath. Everything else seems to be working, so it's just visual. Unless somebody can show me that it's actually not working in pictures, in video form.
More crafting materials. I really should make myself.
But also, even when it bugs out like that, even if you care about the bar, which I do, after a kill you notice it and you just unequip and requip a piece and it's all good. Do I actually still have a purple loadout saved here? Pink leopard. You know what? Let's just get rid of this one. Let's actually make a purple loadout to go with our purple gear. They always used to use, although I think I'm just gonna keep that bandana, even though it's red. It's because I like the way it looks. And the hardest part, forget loadouts. Those are easy. Making builds is easy. Dress up, now that's hard. Really isn't. That's more pink. It's literally called purple beanie. I don't hate it. Although we could just go bats. Oh, it's the Brooklyn Bats. Okay. Then run the bat as well. So we definitely have that, but it's a bit much. I just want purple accents. I'm gonna go with that, but also I don't want to run someone's logo. Wasn't there a purple kind of shirt or something? All this apparel and no purple. That's not. Nah. Also, I want something that shows the chest because the chest is also just purple. Hmm. Then maybe we go just with something that doesn't like look like much, and then that stands out over it. That's the other option, of course. There's mm, oh no, man, doesn't show chest, doesn't. Yeah, then we'll go with this, I think. Either that or that. Let's go with this. Something that shows the chest prominently. Oh yeah, let me catch up here for a second. So that line, yeah. Oh yeah. I also have way too much to choose from. Is kind of an issue. For some reason, I bought everything ever, always. Anything with like purple accents? That doesn't per se fit. Or just go something simple so those purple accents stand out. We're going to the beach. Just why not? I got way too invested into this, by the way. What the hell? I don't think that actually, just simple pants. I don't want it to show the gear, so at least then that's purple. Just shiny bit. Yeah. Doesn't look bad, but also doesn't anything have. Oh, actually, it doesn't show the gear. Though. Doesn't show knee pads, but it has purple accents. Oh, yeah. I don't like it. Also has purple accents, but also a little bit too neon-y. Actually, yeah, let's just go with Covert Hunter. But then there's the black one instead of the yellow one I normally have. Wasn't there some purple shoes recently? Although actually, yeah, totally going with those unless we see something different. There's those things, but you know, it looks silly enough to fit. Wait, where's preview on? Well, that's also an option, kind of understated, but yeah, let's go with that. Actually, I kind of like this better. That one is a little loud. Yeah, simple, but purple accents throughout. Let's save this as then also rename it as Purple Gang. Okay. And then a gold mini again. There's a gray jacket that's purple. Jacket that's in this. Actually, yeah, so that one, or yeah, what was the name of that one? Because whatever that pants was actually was part of a set. I didn't notice it up here. And I've already forgotten the name of it. Also, I don't actually mind just the tank top and then the vest. The gear vest is purplish. I'm gonna find with this. But there's also this, but eh. Actually, yeah, it was this Watcher. Where's Watcher? Who watches the Watcher? I think it's the matching one for that. That doesn't seem to have a. Where's it maybe? Is there any outfit that's like purple-ish? Not really. Yeah, I'm fine with this. We'll keep this for now and mess around with it later. We should get social. Yeah. Oh, no, don't worry about that as well. Yeah. I would have the same going to different games and stuff. I've just spent a lot of time here, so I've been around to either figure it out myself or just stand on the shoulders of others to get some of that knowledge. Let's set this to hard. I might actually later on. I now realize, because those guys, they'll on hard be dropping hard loot, and they drop a lot of loot. Should I try to get a few hard bounties, and then that can be so. Hard loot is like the place to get some like better pieces, because even like with how much I've even have had purple bills and stuff, this is the best there. Right, like in a lot of places could be a lot better, especially this chest, but it's also very hard to get purple loot because you don't get that much of it, first of all. Secondly, you don't want to like whatever you get, especially you just want to at least, you don't want to recalibrate the talent, you want to recalibrate the stat, because even a maxed weapon damage on purple is 13, or like a maxed Have another maxed something. I think on this glove I had the max something. Yeah. So even a max crit damage is like 11.5. So if I recalibrate onto it, I can put a 6 because otherwise as well, if it's a max stat, it's like on crit, it's like 5, I think. So, but yeah, so we have a purple build back in there. Okay, let's have a look. That means that everything's kind of shifted around and made correct, right? Because yeah, this slot is empty on this character, this slot is empty on this character. And then we can go and fill those up. Then I realize actually, yeah, maybe we'll push the recording on the build collection update video maybe another day. Just to have these filled in as well. Because yeah, we're not going to get those that quickly. Let's at least go get a... I should actually go to where there's a good target at. Let's go get one of those Krampuses. And we'll just do it with the purple as well. Do it with the purple build. I do want to update the build picture, though, at some point. Should do that. Well, let's actually play for a little bit, because honestly, I've just been doing build collection stuff. Oh, wait, is this a good target? No, not really, actually. I mean, that Grupo. Actually, I should be using these Krampuslavs for trying to get some purple gear. Didn't even realize. The blue jacket was purple sometimes. Great. Okay, I'll have a look actually in a sec. Yeah, thanks for taking the time to completely go and find it there. So gray and then what was it called? Blue jacket. So I'm kind of tap that. Oh, sure. It does indeed have. Yeah, let's take that. Yeah, that fits a little better. Well, save it on that. Because that is actually quite a bit purple. It's just next to all of the other purple, it just looks kind of black. But yeah, actually, it does have purple tint to it. Aha, you've been killed by a purple build. Noobs. Although they're set to art as well. But actually, yeah, I should totally be using these guys. Although, well, the thing is, more recently, I haven't per se been paying attention to the purple builds and such, because we've been busy with other stuff.
Immediate medical
Maybe
assistance
we
needed.
bring our focus back. Because I've actually played a lot of, like, Summit. Oh! Hard retaliations. Because yeah, even in the past, I've tried to, like, sometimes do... Oh, we've even done it on stream, like with a group. You can do hard countdowns. But actually, yeah, hard retaliations. I mean, I just haven't been thinking about it. Because why would you? Why would anybody think about purple hills? But yeah, now that's back at least on a character, but this was always in the stash for the last few seasons. So now I'll pull it out a few more times. We'll just go purple ganging it out. But actually, yeah, hard retaliation would also drop, and I have targeted there. And there's names there, so you have kind of guaranteed drops. Maybe we put some focus towards that. Although, yeah, likely a little bit in the future, because... but also, you know what? Let's do that, because then I can kind of go like, okay, it's just the 2 empty spots. Let's update this build picture to be what we have here. If nothing else, let's bring in that section. What? How does that happen? This thing has no talent. Why do I have 3 talents? Because I did it with something else. Build picture. Yeah, so these actually stay. Layout is the same. I'm gonna redo these stats because they're definitely from different times we've done it. That changes as well. And yeah. Hello. Well, that definitely changes. Although that has it changed. 89.9 now. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's quickly do a build picture on this. As at first, our focus will go to that UI combat medic and the Coco tech tank. Definitely want to. I don't think the Coco tech tank has much merit. Like I'm not expecting much from it. But maybe it works well enough. Wait, why do I have 4% reload speed bonus? Oh, because I have some tiny bit of weapon handling. Okay. Somewhere. Oh yeah, on the mask I think I have a weapon handling. Just because that's the best mask I have. Okay, weapon talents. And the pistol has no talent. Is the Prophet when you have purple when you have purple gear that's named, it just doesn't have the things. Oh yeah. Let's take this as well. And then we can't. Also, we can optimize purple gear. We can't grade purple gear. Not sure these stats changed, but we'll redo it. Largely, yeah, let's leave them there, and then because these definitely changed because this is a different weapon now. Oh yeah, actually I can do them in one piece because there's no proficiency here, but let's do it like the other ones. Because I could actually cut it like in the olden days, like that, where like the attributes is in the middle of it, but I wouldn't mind also, yeah, towards later in the season, definitely, but somewhere in this season, kind of. I've already done like build showcases with purple builds and stuff. Like there was the joke build showcase, but there was also even like I think a purple build showcase. So I might at some point actually redo that, just to drum up some interesting. Because actually these are quite like I enjoy these because mostly as well it's actually harder to get the pieces. You don't have optimization and such. For instance, just to get like one piece and you just go fuck it, I'll optimize it. You actually have to grind your heart out. And then actually, yeah, trying to do like a heroic mission with this, it's actually quite painful. Or can be. But also, if you can do it, that's definitely, you know, a sign that you know how to deal with. Not to toot my own horn out anymore. Does show a little bit of competency, let's say. You can't just run this into a mission the way that you run a striker into a mission. So I might actually redo a build showcase or something. And then as well actually look into, because retaliation on hard. Because in the past as well, like countdown on hard was pretty good, but countdown on hard, even then you kind of want to have like a team, at least 4 people or something, because otherwise it's kind of painful to just deal with everything. Because you can't solo countdown. It's not recommended, but you can. Yeah, I've seen the pictures of it. Yeah, actually, so I have one build that is full PFE. But nowadays I think in total I have 9 on main account and then 3 on second account. So, but purple 13 PFE, like I've seen the screenshot of it. It is real. Because actually as well, I have I'll show in a second. I have a max purple crit damage, which is less rare, a lot less rare. It's still pretty rare. But that one's also 11.5. Because the red stats are actually less. But on the blue stats, it's the same amount as high end. What I always love about purple gear as well. Actually, let's put that there as well. Superior. Who wants to be high end when you can be superior? Because that's what purple gear is called. Or what that rarity is. Blue is specialized. I don't remember actually. Was green? Gray is worn. I forgot what green is. Because the blue is specialized, purple is superior, and then high end. And then we can't even put stats here because a purple prophet, just because also it's like a super buggy item. It never should have been, because it's also, this isn't from crafting or anything. This is from actually getting it. It also doesn't even have like pistol stats, where normally like even, I don't have the purple pistol, but normally a purple pistol would have at least like the pistol stat. So it doesn't even have that, no talent either. Which makes it just worse, but it's better because of prophet. Oh, there was a thing I wanted to. Actually, yeah. So, for instance, yeah, I have this one, My Pride and Joy, and 50 or 11.5 crit damage max crit. Purple mods function the same, yeah. They just, for instance, yeah, like this on the reds and such. I think on the yellows as well. They don't roll to max because they have less values. Like their max stat is lower, but yeah, they're just purple mods. Thing is, purple gear doesn't have purple mod slot or doesn't have mod slots anyway, so only high ends do. So anything easy. That's yeah, yep. Indeed, and yeah, that one definitely, yeah, that stayed with this character for a while. But yeah, there are 13 PFE. So actually, in the blue side, you can, because actually I have more. Because yeah, shock and a resistance, disorient resistance, and a shock resistance at max as well as purples. But yeah, PFE can be 13 PFE and then purple. But yeah, it's super rare. I've just I know of 2 instances that exist, but I think that might also be like literally the only. Maybe, you know, maybe there's another 2 on people that aren't on forums or on discords and stuff. But yeah, those ones can be rare. And yeah, as a purple gang aficionado, yeah. But yeah, now as well, we have the purple build back on a character because I had it in the stash most of the time, and then that makes it kind of annoying because you have to kind of like set up the build and stuff to get it running. So I also always forget about it. We still have the third drone variant that's gonna stay as a stash build. I might actually put it on a character real quick, and we might just get a build picture out of it. Speaking of build picture, let's go finish up this one by getting damage numbers.
Come check this out.
And then we'll go play around for a little bit. I'm not gonna go for too long, likely another half hour. And yeah, it was mostly a build collection updating video, so sorry it was a little boring, but hopefully also not. I mean, I enjoy it, so hopefully others do too. And we cleaned up our stash as well a lot, making space for all of this. Because actually, yeah, even putting those PvP builds in there, I'm still on 376 now. When I was like 400 something. Although I was just recently, I've just been dumping in there, so it was an easy cleanup. Yeah. So obliterate stack, and then just damage numbers. Oh, that's some cute numbers. Some baby numbers. Like I feel Striker starts there with a Cetar. Like a unstacked Striker like starts there. That's one of the things as well, actually. Purple weapons have a lower base. Also, you don't have a 3rd stat. You only have 2 stats on them, so they're just so much worse. And our damage drop, but this was a different weapon in the past. This was with a... Oh, actually, I didn't even take the main picture. Yeah, this was with a G36, which no longer is in here. Oh, I have Killer. Let's trigger Killer. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, so like that, and then let's trigger Killer, and then... Well, actually, let's get the Killer... Just the icon for Killer real quick. Obliterate that. Let's keep obliterated. Another Killer. That's a little bit more reasonable. Okay. So you get the main build picture. With the LMG numbers too. So strain max stacks and obliterated. It's the exact same number? No, it doesn't. Wonder what changed in that time. Max stacks. Because also, yeah, this doesn't have DTH, so it makes sense that. Forget how quickly you lose strength. Oh, you lose it actually, yeah, so. Yeah, so stuff like that. Then strain was stacked, it was already scrolling off the screen. Wait, what did this change? Like, wait, well, I was just not on 5 stacks there. Likely. Man, look at those fat numbers. Just like the numbers of a barely stacked striker. Like striker at 10 stacks. Does those numbers, I think. Yeah, let me catch up here. I said earlier. Ren, when you have that message underneath, if it doesn't say like estimated downtime and stuff, what that is not the servers, it's just your servers, which is kind of annoying because they should make that clearer. But if you just fast travel to New York and back, or just fast travel off map and back, basically doing anything that puts you in a different session or gives the servers a chance to put you on a different server effectively, you will likely not, like, it will reach the end of the timer, it'll just get stuck on server restart imminent, but yeah, it'll just not happen. Because the maintenances, the full maintenances are scheduled and such, and we know when they're coming. But also, that message would then also have an estimated downtime. That's how I know it's an actual one. The other ones are just, but yeah, even when after you do that, the timer still stays there and counts down, which is kind of annoying. The only way to reset it is to actually shut down the game and restart it, which is quite annoying, especially when recording, as we recently had as well. Yeah, let's go for another hard Krampus. That should have been 10 minutes, likely. Oh yeah, let's be in this zone. Outside of gear mods, at least myself. No, a lot of mine came, well, at this point, like 5. I think 5 out of the 9 on main account definitely came while farming a lot of legendary in the past. Easy to farm a lot of legendary summit and a lot of legendary, like if one of the strongholds had it, we would just spend all day in that mission. Especially, you know, when it's like DUA or something, we just do DUA over and over again. But also, yeah, a bunch of them from just whatever. Although, yeah, I have my target that's quite often set to gear mods. Has it just not been 10 minutes? It must have not been, or I accidentally evaded them already. You know what? Let's actually... Seeing as I need some cocoa pieces as well. So I need cocoa and UI. So pretty rare too, yeah. Those seem like exceptionally rare. Also, they seem to have done a little. It's still kind of hard to tell, but I'm willing to say that something. It seems post Brooklyn. Rarity of full mods, of maxed out mods, seems a little higher. They're a little rarer in general. I kind of compare even without like targeting much
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena
periods
leadership
that I
in one
haven't been
decisive
targeting
blow.
much
Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
versus nowadays. I feel there seems to be a little bit of a discrepancy. But that's still hard to tell because, you know, it could also just be bad luck. It could be misremembering. And when we say, this is why we also quite often talk about, like, you know, viable. What is viable? What isn't viable? This is viable, right? Like, especially like in a hyena mission like this, like, yeah, I'm not doing legendary or something. This is heroic without modifier as well. The thing is though, of course, like, and that's then also the counterpoint to viable, is like this barely does about the same damage as like a tech tank, but then the tech tank has like a 6-tier shield and just gives 0 fucks about incoming fire. Here I'm still a full red build. And the downsides of that, so there's a solo heroic is honestly not, you know, I mean, it's not easy either, because yeah, there's plenty as well that can't do it yet or something. Also, if nothing else as well, I do have the watch points, so adds a little bit of damage. But then, you know, the difference, I'm losing more on this build than people would have on their watch points. But also, like, this is still set up to be, you know, it doesn't have DTOC at all, for instance, because, you know, even the weapon doesn't have a third stat, but we're making good talent choices. We're making good weapon talent choices. We're trying to at least extract the most we can from the brands. So it is a cohesive build, but yeah, it's not, of course, doesn't do those numbers. But this is kind of often like what I also have with as an issue of when people go like, "Yeah, it works on heroic." I mean, yes, a lot can work on heroic. Like heroic isn't per se that difficult nowadays, especially yeah. Consider as well, like here we can't even have grading on top, modifier on top. I also don't have the modifier on here. And it does take way too long to kill this, and this is going to be like a 20-minute mission when I can do it in like 10. But also, I mean, I enjoy the struggle. But you shouldn't struggle unintentional. At least not in here. There's enough to struggle about in real life. In video games, and maybe... Unit. Ooh, actually, oh yeah. I'm having a bunch of realizations about like purple builds because I haven't thought about them in a while. Like, oh yeah, I can get purple unit. And especially the 2Bs. Also then, yeah, we can go with the 2Bs. Making it also easier because especially as well, if I can have it like a brand like that, like the Providence here as well. We're going with the Providence. Especially also because it's, you know, I can just farm it. It's in 3 slots. So it's in 3 slots. So if I get a piece, it's likely that I can use it. But yeah, we should try to get some 2-piece units for this. So likely the two-piece unit would work out. And then we could give up the Grupo and or the third piece, Providence or the Grupo. Because the weapon damage is already kind of high. So definitely the knee pads would be kind of the first to go. Also, I wouldn't mind just maybe just sticking a piece of unit in here. So also for the LMG it works out. Also an option. It's actually LMGs are the better purple weapons because this has 18 DTH. This has 10 DTOC. I'd rather have the 10 DTOC. Any other brands that came in recently? Well, recently, last few. No, not really, right? Nothing else. Nothing else really. Don't even remember them. Legatus. It's 2 seasons ago.
Right here.
I don't have the timeline, guys. I have the answers.
It's feeding time.
I do like. Why not gonna? Why are you guys so passive?
Right on target.
I'm liking the CTAR. Ammo definitely a concern though. Longer fights. Here, have some sharp rounds. Why'd you fix your chain? You were just turtling through here. Slow and steady. I feel like a third drone build could, like a full-on third drone build could even be faster than this.
Local power offline.
But as I'm kind of enjoying actually this struggle. I haven't done that once yet, right? No, I did. I did earlier. Yeah, let's get this mission. I'm just barely here, just there is Coco here, so... Not even sure exactly what I would need. Layout-wise. Although, well, crit chance, crit damage pieces. For the Coco Tech Tank, it's the Tech Tank layout. It's gonna be without the chest, so... Of course. So, it's basically the other 4 pieces.
I'm gonna fuck you up now.
Okay, using all the weak points. Using all the tricks available to me. And yeah, the Cocoa one gets equalizer chest. Actually, the UI combat medic, yeah, that would be so. That would be top two, bottom two. Yeah, BTSU. And actually, on that one, yeah, I can't make it Ferocious Calm because that wouldn't make sense with. That makes zero sense with.
Can't believe this! Don't worry, I'll cover. Can't wait to take some division swag.
That sniper turret is kind of annoying. Just
Serious
shoot you in the
trauma
shield till you
detected.
die. Hello. Medpacks. Give them to me. Is there actually a specialization weapon that has somewhat of a purple skin? Wait, there's a heavier? Is there a heavier?
Vital signs critical.
I used to have this with glass, which was definitely a horrendous idea back when I had it.
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
It's just, this thing is already annoying enough to keep alive. Adding glass to it it was a bit much. And he said the line. I feel that's kind of the thing of this build, right? It's just like that's the lore of this build. Is just it's a purple build. I couldn't afford high ends just because I spent it all on the golden minigun. Just yeah, just poor life choices led to this. I mean, poor life choices definitely led to this. Sometimes the best life choices are the worst life choices. Oh yeah, actually yes, but yeah, no. not. I want to be challenged by the build. I don't want to outright hate the build. Oh, I snuck all the way up without getting spotted at all. Go away, medic. Go away, sniper. It's too bad we don't have. It's too bad we don't have. Purple gear sets. Although that would be way too good as well, actually, in comparison. We could make purple striker.
Immediate med.
Still there, sweetie? Hello?
But yeah, no, I meant more as well. Just yeah, let's have a look. Any of these kind of purple? Because we have just so many now. I don't remember them all. Especially like the minigun has like 6 or something. Yeah, 6. I think of them, the turbine is still my preferred. The reddish. It's at least towards purple. Oh, actually, although yeah, I don't want to run demo. Wait, this thing also has 6 already? Wow. Yeah. Actually, what I should run, even though it's not purple, but I should be running the. It's one of my favorites. Definitely. That one's the most silly one. All the funny thing is as well, a lot of people don't even realize, but there is already some silliness even on the bare skin of this, like even if you don't have anything on it. But yeah, just just slot machine engravings on it. Wait, I never realized this thing is all basically googly eyes. Although from that angle it looked like googly eyes almost. on the owl. But also I kind of need Gunner here, so it needs to be so we'll just stick with the golden gun there. Mostly because I need the ammo, because I'm super weak, so I eat a lot of ammo, especially with the Sitar. But also that's the best gun I have. So honestly, here I would be okay going like Mark 16 or something. If it meant like being a little bit better on ammo. I know we should totally try to get 2 pieces of purple units, but that'll be in the future. First we should work on the real builds and then joke builds. Because yeah, I have now a goal of two builds that need to get created. Although both of them are very like standard setups, which is the combat medic and a tech tank. So we have plenty of those. The design is kind of set. This fight might suck a little, actually. Let's take that as our Scorpio. I should just grab it. I can live without the pulse, but I might not live without the big guy. And I will slow boat it here, kill everything. Blow up the barrels.
Serious trauma detected.
Actually, let's get them to spawn over here. I was waiting out the timer on the health gate. Not sure I was health gated there, but might as well wait.
Vital signs critical.
Nah, no. Wait, how did you get your chain back so
Agent
fast?
out of action.
Going to be nothing but pieces left. My position.
Why am I not using my pulse?
Immediate
I literally
medical
have the
assistance
tool
needed.
to know where the enemy is.
You're wasting your time.
Rip your heart out.
Playing it kind of safe. There we go. It's you and me, buddy. And how about you take a shocking experience? But you take another one.
signs critical.
Something broken about this guy and his chain. Why did he reset it that
What's
fast?
going on down there? Diesel, are you dead?
Because it didn't do
too,
health
you inbred
damage
son of a
yet.
bitch? Everybody get to the arena now!
It was always going to be a annoying fight when you're this weak. With I don't think I can solo incursion with any build. I likely could only do it with like Broken Tempest or something, or when you could stack Tinkerer. That's the level of help I would need. Yeah. Oh yeah, people have soloed the incursions. It can be done, but yeah, nah.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels.
I have done a raid, several actually, with this, not this build, but purple builds. But that was in year 1, back when it was completely different as well. But we used to actually have a bunch of people in the clan I was in. We had several people that were into purple builds. Although, well, the raids we mostly did was either, at the most, I think we had one time like 5 people were purple builds, and the rest was normal builds.
Listen up. We got devils in our house and they mean to kill us all.
And yeah, it took like forever to get through Buddy and Lucy, especially, I remember,
Stand and fight.
specifically. And even Razorback was like 7 phases or something. But we got there. And we did that a few times, but oftentimes was just like 1 or 2 of us running purple builds just for the lulz, and then the rest basically carrying us, because that was what was actually happening.
Filters failing.
Where's been back? And here as well, for instance, I could just have the modifier on and have the guy tank for me a little bit, but
Hi, you like them apples?
I like apples. Where's the, oh. Just take this away. But yeah, all of these things that would normally just be super aggressive and just blow through it. Here we have to actually like use cover and stuff, and like, try to make it separate fights. For instance, here as well, normally I would set up to just like burn down the boss, but that's not going to happen here. So I'm just going to set up back here. And then especially try to kill everything else.
They're coming from behind the wall.
This also means we'll get the extra wave here most likely. Nice of him to not fire at all. Because he couldn't find my center because of the sandbags there. Oh, he didn't get
Agent,
it.
West Potomac Park is under attack.
No, we don't need a backpack. Annoyingly.
Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray.
We got
I'll
0
teams
pieces
start securing the
for
supplies and
fair,
implement
but
those
I'll
bastards
say.
rewarding. And I'll let Odessa
Fun to
know.
do a
The theater
mission
settlement
again
will be
with
able to rest a little easier now.
purple build. It was kind of fun. Oh, and I just saw that. Yeah, sorry. I was kind of in that fight. But yeah, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Although we're kind of going through towards an end as well, but I'll be going for just a little bit longer here. But let me make sure to give a shout out there. And yeah, welcome in. And yeah, I hope you had a great stream. And yeah, let me catch up here. Needs a mute option. Yeah, so that's the bell ringer. Yeah, that too. But yeah, even some of the other ones, I wouldn't mind actually having a toggle. Because even, for instance, that Stars and Stripes one on hives is actually quite annoying. Like when you get healed by the hive, it just does a whole like stars and stuff around you, and it's just so distracting and just eh. Like at least the ghosts are not as bad. Nor is the snow stuff, but especially that one is just like super distracting when it like triggers.
You haven't seen a selection like this since before the green poison.
But yeah, I wouldn't mind actually, yeah, toggles just to, hey, turn all that shit off, basically. On our end. Yeah, with that in the bag. You know what, let's actually try, because I haven't ever tried that. Although, which zone did I get retaliation in? West Potomac, okay. Let's grab a real build. The big boy build. And actually, let's run it with graded weapon. Even. Let's grab this pesty build. Let's go and do a hard retaliation. I'm kind of curious actually how many purples we get out of this. I'm gonna set my target it to units. Because yeah, we could try getting some of these purple pieces for that setup. But yeah, I don't want to run that purple in a retaliation per se. So we'll just run a real one. Yeah, I'm gonna do it on hard. I need a D. I need a 7.
Agent, this is the area.
Oh yeah,
we need you to
on my end as
stabilize.
well. We're gonna go quite a bit longer, but yeah, we'll do this retaliation and then round that. For this afternoon at least. Well, I'll be back in a little bit.
Time is of the essence.
But yeah, I'm happy to have done the shuffle
Hostile
in
control point detected.
of the build collection. That at least is done now. So only thing remaining is, yeah, we need to actually put those changes as well into Nightbot. So that lines up again. And I wonder actually if this is good for purple build. Farming. Because before this, just especially doing hard stuff. And I meant mostly zone, because yeah, I could do Summit, but Summit like solo definitely doesn't drop much loot. We tried a few countdowns here and there, but it's kind of, you need like 4 people at least, even for a hard countdown, for it to like make sense. Like yeah, you can solo a countdown, even on hard, but it's just too slow.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But maybe a retaliation. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Do we even get names for defense wave? No, looks like, actually.
Heavily
Okay.
armored hostile detected.
Yeah, without the names there, this might not be workable at all. Oops, all shields. Yeah, the defense guy is But yeah, maybe I should try to get some Krampus Because Krampus on hard would be a good way to.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Let's still finish off this one. Kind of curious, yeah. How much purples do we see drop? Because I've basically only ever done heroic retaliations. I don't think I've even done a normal one ever. We get at least we also get targeted on this, right? There's that. And we got normal kill squads, right? So that should be 5 targeted. Maybe that could be purple. Let's go through the south just in case some loot dropped here. Didn't, but also I like the south way better. Just melt. Okay, don't need any resources. No. Then we just run. Yeah.
Don't worry. I got
Would there be a, although yeah, I wouldn't have the talent. Like, would there be a way to get a purple quick step? But yeah, I wouldn't have the talent, of course. I'm not sure, actually. I didn't. More recently, we haven't tried those kind of things. But in the past, at least, we would try those kind of things for the watch alts and such. They're like you're under level 40 could matter sometimes. But I didn't even know what the Houndsman really check if how it works if, like, for instance, somebody below level 40 joins and stuff. If it would drop those items at sub 40. Because I'm also curious, maybe actually I should, although we don't really do so with third accounts. But I've seen what Krampus bounties do. But there's also sub-level 40 gear is now completely meaningless. Like, I still have a bunch of it left from,
Hostile control point.
at least on second account from when watch alts were a thing, but they haven't been a thing for a while. I do kind of miss that one actually a little bit. It was kind of fun just to. Although I miss the old version where it was do Woni. Because with that it was, you know, you had to go through Woni, you just kind of run through it quick. I don't mind the DZ variant either that later became available. Where you went through the DZs and just leveled up 40. But also I agree with the choice to not have that be a thing anymore.
Incoming hostiles detected.
All they need to do now is to, for instance, do the brand surge and stuff more often. As for the resources and stuff, they've made it so that it's fine. Like there's so many resource things, and then also yeah, the boosted how much you get from the watch points, but then with the 5 times and the 3 times and stuff being as often as they are, it's kind of fine from a resource perspective. And then especially expertise, of course, that was the big resource hog.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
But yeah, the only items that are still, or the only things that's definitely still an issue is super unicorns. Which definitely, for instance, that one time we had a brand surge, that was kind of good for that. But they just need to do that more often. Not many purple items, which is not uncommon. Also not that much loot actually, because yeah. So in retaliation on heroic, yeah, these are all named, so they drop guaranteed loot and guaranteed targeted. Also haven't seen a kill squad yet, which is odd actually. Good. Are kill squads rarer on lower difficulties?
Control.
Watch out. There's a kill squad in the area.
Maybe. So these guys hopefully. Yeah. There are just 4 names. Or 5 names actually, right? 4, 5. 5. Lady, could you stop?
Kill squad eliminated.
Not one purple. Give me 1 purple. Give me hope, at least. Then maybe we should see about Krampus, maybe. Farm hard bandies instead of normal. The normal ones definitely dropped a bunch of purples. Also for those maybe joining and going like, wait, why is this guy talking about purple? I sometimes run purple builds, and actually earlier today we kind of put it back on a character because it was living in the stash for a while because I was using my loadout slots for other things, but we put it back. So also that's why I'm running a hard one here. I hadn't ran a hard retaliation before. I was like, this could be maybe good for purple loot, but actually isn't. Yeah. Kill the deer there. Oh deer. I especially also want some unit alloy purple pieces now, of course. You can upgrade it. Let's go with difficulty a little bit. You get less credits and you get less of the whatever it's called. But also the drop rates are super low. Or lower. the blueprint rates are super low. I needed this. Yeah, these guys. Entry there, drop loot. So, should I just run the timer and just go run around and see if I can get another kill squad? But we got one coming into here, so it's likely still on cooldown. Nah, let's just finish it.
Reinforcements incoming.
But honestly,
Hostile contacts.
likely farming a zone is even better than this. So. Where did you guys spawn and why are you guys all going around? Why did you all run this way?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Not even targeted.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, guys, his arms were heavy. And also he was enjoying mom's spaghetti. Don't shoot me. You guys last. Retaliation's over. Go home. Go away.
The area is
I
stabilized.
won't
Good.
even kill you. Yeah. I know we got like less credits and less of this stuff. But also, yeah. Hey, so how is it doing the phasing? What is this phasing suddenly that exists on control points? Sometimes, because there as well, no loading screen. It phased them out, and it, changed the session over to normal overworld without a load.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
It's kind of odd. I know, I should try to get hard Krampuses. That's likely the best. That's actually likely not a bad way of getting targeted. But then, yeah, we're bound to get targeted over there. Which today is Grupo, which isn't bad.
Run!
Why am I going for this? Let's take it back to base. Let's take it over here for one more time. Yeah, no, I need to skedaddle. But yeah, so we basically have 209. I'm already going to give these names as well. I might actually, while I'm later on eating, already fix up Botrix. Then we also need to fix up the build inventory file as well. So brain not working. So this will be UI combat. How do I usually do combat medic? I think I just do like that, right? Like one word. Combat space medic. Combat space medic. Guess it's combat space medic. Okay, and this will become rename 315. Go. Deck. So yeah, those will be the last two likely additions to the build collection. And then I might rework this one as well quickly, and then we'll go into the build collection. So likely, yeah, we won't record a build collection update video to this evening. I actually have that Overdogs short. I've saved that for when I need it, so we'll just use that tomorrow, and that'll buy us a few days. And then once the build collection is also done, we'll start doing the build collection update videos, and then also work on the Coco in-depth look. So, as that definitely still needs a lot of work. But also, actually, having all the Coco variants, we can in-depth look at for realsies for a lot of stuff. And yeah, this one I want to maybe change to be a regen one. That would be like the other. So likely 3 builds getting some attention. Oh, you don't even get the exotic cache. I was like, wait, I don't have an exotic cache, but yeah, it gives you different rewards. It actually gives 2 mutiny caches here, and like at that and a field proficiency. So you don't even get the exotic.
Good to see you.
When we do it on hard, which makes sense. The rewards are always lower there.
Good trading with you.
Yeah. But yeah, let's leave this where it is. Let's actually as well put this character back to, we went to some purple stuff, but actually let's go back to of course some capybara, because we paid for it, might as well enjoy it a little. And then yeah, I'll be back this evening later on. For now as well, I'm gonna go find somebody for us to raid, of course, as we'll send everybody off to nowhere. Where? There's nobody online. Guess nobody that I'm following is running. But then yeah, let's maybe. Yeah, I see an obvious target. So I want to have a quick peek if I see any other targets for us to raid. No. Well, yeah, let's go with Otter. We'll send everybody over to swim in his pool, and I mean, well, if I saw a name that I was like, let's go over there. But yeah, no, Otter definitely big streamer. But yeah, we'll send everybody over there because yeah, I don't see any other like quick names that I see. But yeah, I'll be around this evening again. That'll be likely in like a little over. I'll be late, most likely. So let's say in like 2.5 hour-ish issues around that time. And then yeah, we'll go and likely do some countdowns. And actually, I have a few builds that I want to farm up for. That was also kind of the idea why I wanted to get that done now, because then yeah, we can jump into some countdowns. We'll go and do some heroic countdowns, and just in the meantime, I'll farm up for my shit, and we can do some requisition and stuff, of course, and get double requisition from the surge. So, then yeah, we'll work on the build collection as well, and yeah, likely we'll move the build collection video a little bit back, at least a day. And then yeah, I'll use up that short that I have for Overdogs, which also I want to get at anyways. Because yeah, a lot of people still don't get Overdogs. Understand it, basically. And if you haven't for me, let's start that timer. Let me catch up one last time. Yeah, catch everybody around in need. And yeah, I'll be back in a bit. Hope to catch everybody then. As I lost the tab. There I lost the tab where I'm reading in. And yeah, we'll go and do some stuff, just stuff and things. But if you haven't for me, hope to catch you all in the future. Enjoy some otters, and as always, I'm not gonna say actually have a good night, except if it's good night, have a good night. But also, yeah, have a good day.
Are right.
Okay, so